And now, from Norwich, it's the Quiz of the Week.
So hi guys, welcome to my little stream. I've been in an intro making mood today. I did make an intro for someone else today. Well, helped them with it. It was their ideas, and I made one for myself as well. So today's stream it's just a chill out session. If anybody wants to join me, they're more than welcome to. Just come along with your hobbies. I'm going to be doing a little bit on my SPAD today because why not? I'm just going to see what I can do to it. It's just one of those the models that I just pick up when I can. I don't think I've touched it for about 6 months. So I have two guests joining me. The first guest we have, he's actually forgotten to change his on-screen name. Now his real name is Chris Davis World, but he's got a complex and thinks he's called Trees Pit Stop today. How are you, Chris?
How are you, friend?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'll just change my. I think I've got my
wrong
microphone on. Actually, I've got my headphones on, but it's.
Hey, guess what? Can't hear you, Penny. Yep, sound's gone.
Penny's frozen.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Let me get the right microphone. How's that? Oh
yeah,
yeah.
Can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, that's much better. And 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Better.
3, 2, 1.
Right. So Chris Davis World. So let's just have a quick catch up on chat, and then we'll see what people are working on. Lord Pete Webster says hi, Penny. Teresa says hi, all. So Lord Pete Webster didn't know who was coming on the show, but Teresa, she knows me better. She knows that I always try and bring guests on, so she's covered her bases by saying hi, all. Hi, all. It nearly gave me. Oh God, I'm going to have to get rid of that style. I think. That's better. That's better. I don't love the colours, but that's better, isn't it? It nearly gave me a coronary. Didn't expect the music. Yeah, maybe I need to just turn the volume down a bit on it. Oh Jesus Christ! So much chat. So hi, Chris. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Penny and Penny. No sound, Penny. Lost sound, Penny. Hi, Natasha. Hi, Penny and Peter. Hi, Peter. Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris and Tasha. 456. 456. You're going to have to enlighten me on that one. Right. Anyway, so bit of funny news for you. I thought I was having my COVID jab tonight. It couldn't have gone possibly any different because for a start, I got the date wrong. It was actually booked for tomorrow, not for today, which is obviously a problem because I'm doing a stream tomorrow. So I frantically went onto the NHS Scotland website to see if I could change my appointment. And as luck would have it, they had an appointment for 11:10 this morning. So I grabbed that. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Penny said 1, 2, 3, testing, sound 4, 5, 6. Penny said 1, 2, 3. So I went 4, 5, 6. Sorry, yeah. Do you know what? Out of it. Yeah, so I turned up for this this so-called COVID jab. Turns out it's not a COVID jab, it was a flu jab. And it was just really funny because the nurse says, well, the messages can be a bit ambiguous. I went, ambiguous? It says COVID jab on there. So we had a laugh about it. And it turns out that I don't think I'm registered for COVID because I think I've slipped through the cracks because I went from England to Scotland round about COVID-y times. What do we call them? Are we allowed to say COVID now? What do we say? The bad times? I thought they were great times because there was nothing on the roads. I used to get to work in a third of the time and there was hardly anyone getting on my bus. So I didn't get many arguments with passengers. And because so many people were being shielded, I got so much overtime. It was unreal. I loved it. I'm sorry. I'm probably the only one who says that.
No,
but anyway,
I kind of liked it, but didn't.
Well, I mean,
I liked it at the beginning, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, it was, yeah. But yeah, so anyway, I had me flu jab and she advised me my arm might be a little bit sore. So she said, what arm is most important being a driver? I said, well, probably my right arm. And I said, it's ever so funny, actually. I said, because TfL have this, these funny, stupid little campaigns, really unimportant stuff, just small things. And their campaign at the moment is you must have 2 hands on the steering wheel at all times. So I said, oh, does that mean I've got medical exemption? My arm is sore, so I can only drive with 1 hand. And she said, well, maybe. So, but I had the jab. But the funny thing is, my arm's been fine all day. And about half an hour ago, I went, you know what? It's not hurting. Ooh, and it's been hurting ever since. So, but yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of flu jabs in the past before. It turns out I now fit 2 categories. I used to get flu jab because I've got asthma, but now I fall into a second category. Not going to give too much away, but I am now within a certain age bracket. So there's lots of things that NHS Scotland do because I fall within a certain age bracket. Or put another way, I'm getting old. So, you know, you're getting old. We need to care for you a little bit more.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel in Scotland. So watch for low flying planes. Don't seem over 3 years since it started. Yeah. I loved it. Yeah, I imagine you would love it because anyone that sold anything mail order, I mean, Amazon. I wish I'd bought stocks in Amazon about 6 months before COVID started and then sold them just after. I bet I'd have made loads of money. But not the queuing. Yeah, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind at first because I was in a bus driver uniform. I used to just go straight in. But then they were like, you know, the only people that didn't have to queue were NHS workers. So I used to have to stand in a queue for 3 hours to get some dinner for my 40-minute break. It wasn't funny. Smith Speeds are so nice. They say I'm 35 years of age. That's so nice of them, isn't it? Right, Chris, what have you been working on and what will you be working on tonight? And I'm going to give you, if I can figure out how to, I'm going to give you Spotlight. There you go. Screen is all yours, Chris. Well,
yeah, what is this?
Lovely. So tell us all about that for the benefit of people who have never seen that.
It's an extra special from Smith Speeds and Paddy and
all your bestest buds, everyone that loves you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is why I started it on my channel yesterday, which is going to be more lives on my channel, but I can do some tonight as well.
Yeah. You did some last night, didn't you? You did a little bit, and you were all excited.
Yeah, which is where my fingers is.
Yeah. Quality's not awesome, so you might have to bring that in a bit closer.
Hang on then.
Yeah. No, done well, done well. You know, I personally, I do about a square like that in about an hour, but on a stream, maybe
Yeah.
about 2 hours. So yeah, I think you've done well there, Chris.
Yeah, that was about 3 hours stream doing that.
Yeah. So just to explain, we don't hate him by getting him a Swansea logo. We actually do like him. That is his team.
Yeah.
So we thought he'd like that, and maybe we can work a frame out for you for next Christmas.
Yeah, cool.
Right. So you can look at that smile. You can tell he likes it. He's pleased with himself.
I was enjoying that yesterday. It was fun. Yeah.
Good. It's funny because it's one of those hobbies that seems a bit daft, really, doesn't it? But when you actually do it, it's so chilling and relaxing. Right.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Natasha.
Oh God,
I'm going to make a little guess at what she's been up to.
no.
No? What,
Nope.
do any diamond painting or anything?
Did some last night.
Does it involve birds or
No, it involves the one I'm still working on.
what? That one that I've been so long I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Really? I'm ashamed of you, Natasha. I'm so ashamed of you because you were really cracking on with that one. I'm being serious. Yeah, I am. What is it my nan used to say, or my aunt used to say to me? I am disappointed in you.
Well, I've had other commitments at work, so.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. You can only do what you can do. I
Well,
mean,
I've had to take a
I
big
can't
break.
talk. I've been working on this SPAD for the last 3 years. Yeah, I'm hardly one to talk. Right,
That's what
so
I'm gonna try
I
and do
suppose I'd
tonight.
better have my turn on the spotlight. So
Yeah.
what I'm going to be doing some work on. This is a little thing that I was just playing with the idea of making stuff in a hotel. When this is when I worked for an agency, and I bought the Sky Raider. I do love the Sky Raider. This is the Tamiya kit, and do you know, it's been absolutely fantastic to put together. It has pretty much built itself. If you're a beginner, I would thoroughly recommend this because it's so easy to do, apart from the decals. Decals, I would definitely recommend getting a good decal set and solution. You will need it because the bit you can't see is just up. Oops, I got myself caught. Just up here, you've got a couple of little, see there's a little bit of detail there, and the decal goes over it. And I put maybe, I'm guessing 7 or 8 layers of decal solution on there, and it's done it an absolute treat. But this is using, I keep calling it Autosol, but it's not Autosol. It's Sol and Set. Oh God, it's gone. So the Sol and Set, the main ones that everyone uses. It's also my first attempt at sun bleaching, and I'm rather happy with the results. So I will be. The last thing I did to this was put decals on, so I need another gloss coat over it to seal those decals in, and then I'm going to do some panel washing. Just put a bit of wash over it. And the way I'm going to do that is I will get some oil paints. And I will just put some odorless thinners in them if I can find my odorless thinners. That's not it. That's decal fix. Micro Sol and Micro Set. Why can't I think of the words? So yeah, and I'm just going to do some glossing, and I'll do some little bits and bobs to it. I did see the box for it the other day, and now it's disappeared. You know my life. I put it down, and then they disappear. But you know, I purposely put the title Craft and Chill. You know, I'm just going to chill out and we'll probably be chit chatting for a couple of hours. I've just put the link to the stream in. If anybody wants to click on the link and join us, tell us about what they've been up to. This is odd. I've just changed the layout, but it hasn't changed it on YouTube. How strange. Styles. Oh, it's because I pressed preview. Oh, I didn't press apply. That's why. There we go. I know it's about 5 seconds behind. So yeah, that's better. So I changed the style because there was like little lumps in the bottom of the screen that were hiding chat and stuff.
Yeah.
Right, let's take me off. Right, so yeah, so I put the link in. If anyone wants to join us, you will be slightly vetted. I'm going to be honest with you guys. If I don't recognize the name as you come in, you may not come on the stream. I'm a little bit defensive about my streams. Everyone who's been chit-chatting on the chat so far, every single one of those would come in because I recognize you. You know, if someone, the fairy king of New York just came on, I'd be like, I'm sure you're a lovely guy, but I don't know you. Right, I suppose this is the point where we actually have to do something, isn't it?
Well, I can show off some stuff if you want.
Yes,
spoiled
please.
myself
Always love you
recently.
showing stuff off. Because it's been so long, not just talking to you on stream, but actually talking to you like in any format.
Yeah, it's been
Magic
what?
Galaxy. Right, tell us all about you and why you are an awesome guy. And then I'm sure we could let you on. You retracted your message. But Lord Peter Webster says, hi, Magic.
Right,
Yeah.
I saved up for a couple of things. I obviously bought my Hulky, got it all customized, and it will be. Can't really read it. I can't remember. Mike might remember the size of it. 'Cause I can't read white on black on white.
It says Hulk.
Yeah, under that.
Oh yeah, it's a 50 by 65.
That's it.
That's
I
quite
can't read
big,
black
isn't
on
it?
white. Dyslexia.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. I've just been really accidentally insensitive there.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all right. So that's Hulky, and the other thing I've got is this thing.
Oh, nice.
But you may not be able to read it.
Hang on a
'cause
sec, because I'm going to have to put you on full screen.
You might not be able to read it because it's been specially
Heaven
made
and
in
Earth
colour.
Designs, mini Little Dreamers, keep it still there. Tree Max colors, large format, chart number, Nick. Chart designed by somebody, artwork by Amy Stewart.
Oh, cool.
Well, right, so just bear with me a sec. Magic, if you want to come on the show, just click the link and you'll be in. For some reason, your daughter's name came up. I don't know your daughter's name, or maybe I've forgotten. So, now this I'm keen on because I know about Heaven and Earth Designs, and obviously Mike from Smith's Beads has explained them. Oh,
Yes.
oh, it's Anfield Road. Okay. So Anfield, do forgive me. I'm just going to finish this bit off. I'm just going to finish this bit off with Natasha, and then I'll bring you in. So Heaven and Earth Designs, I only know from what Mike has explained to me, and obviously they look like diamond painting kits derived from cross stitchers, but I've never actually seen them. So this is a really good opportunity. Is that the one that I was after?
Yep.
Oh, I was going to get this.
But Mike's done it so it's not on black and white writing for me.
Yeah.
So I can read the chart.
Yeah.
Because you're doing every single one on a blank canvas. So Mike's actually done it in a colour I can read.
Nice.
And it might have taken him ages to do all this.
Natasha, I'm just going to pause you for a minute. I'm going to bring in Anfield Road because I do hate putting people in the background for too long.
No problem.
So, Anfield, we finally get to chat face to face at last. Oh, you've gone quiet.
Mic was muted.
Yeah, hit the mic button. I do that a lot.
I'm getting used to a new setup. I used to be on a laptop. I'm now on a tower, and it's a game changer for my channel.
Oh, do you know what? I've got my setup at the hotel now with a laptop, and it's lovely. It's getting there. But do you know what? Doesn't matter how good my setup is, I miss my desktop. I absolutely love it. I mean, I built this myself. It's custom built exactly as I want it.
Yeah, well, that's what I've just done.
Yeah.
With my desktop.
And as you can see, it's actually custom built to create a mess as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not getting. I'm getting used to my workbench. My workbench is an A1 cutting mat. I used to have a laptop right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Now I haven't. I've got an A1 cutting mat. I've never been up on this software before. I've always either used StreamYard.
Is this Melon? There is a little bit of a learning curve.
Yeah, I have used it.
Yeah. One of the, I mean, there's a couple of features we like. The first feature is it's actually cheaper. Now, if anyone from Melon is watching this, they're probably going to stop our account. Just like we did with StreamYards, myself and Chris actually share the same account. So what we do is one person pays for it, and then the other person just gives them a little donation every month. So it just cuts the cost down a bit. And one of the features that I really like, really like, you can set up intro and outro videos. When you hit go live, it mutes you just like StreamYard does, but then automatically plays the intro. And then once the intro's finished, it brings you in. And then when you hit the end stream button at the end, it puts you all on mute and then plays the outro. And you can set the default intros and outros.
I've just gone on the free version of StreamYards at the moment. I can't afford it because I've just paid out a big expense on the tower.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem. I mean, most of these bits of software, etc., they're not very expensive. But if you have this, that, and that, it all adds up. You know, I make, I'm not boasty or anything like that, but I earn a good wage. And I've got, I can afford most things, but I tried to keep my costs down to a minimum.
Don't we all?
Yeah. But with all my part works, and I've got a couple of Patreon subscriptions. I pay for my video editing software because the number of videos I put out, it's worth investing in some good software.
I use Canva. I use the free version of Canva, and I've had no issues with it.
Yeah, I see. It's well minus. I mean, I use Power Director. I think
I couldn't get to grips with it. I couldn't get to grips.
See, that's funny because I tried using some Mac software, and I'm like, what the hell? No, I can't do this.
Yeah.
So I actually scrapped the whole Mac and bought a PC laptop just so I could use Power Director. And I use OBS as well. I do love me OBS.
I've got to get to grips with OBS yet.
Right. And I'll tell you what is an absolute game changer is this Stream Deck.
Yes, I've heard the Stream Deck.
So most of my pre-recorded videos are actually done in one take. And what I do is I have preset buttons on the Stream Deck. Now, when at the beginning, when I say, let's see how I got on, that's my cue. You'll see my hand coming down, and then I press I've got a button called It's Showtime. And I press that button, and then that cuts the intros. It sets all the cameras up ready for the down camera. And then I'm blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, I press outro. And it mutes me and everything, and it's just absolute game changer.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What's your channel then, Chris? Do you put stuff out?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's same as what I've got written there.
Chris Daves Wells.
Yeah.
I'll write that down because I'll go and have a look at you, Chris.
I do like his channel. He's got a lot of passion in his builds, and that's what
I was over. The reason I was a bit away from the laptop, I'm working on my spray booth at the moment because I'm sorting out ready to get my spray booth in action. So I've just built my finished my cardboard box build off of the spray booth. I don't care. It's a cardboard box. It works wonders.
That's my spray booth. That is, I mean, I wouldn't dream of using that if I was spraying lacquers.
No.
But I use acrylic paints.
Yeah, I use acrylic paints, but I am going to be getting a spray booth properly because where I've got it, it's going to go out the window. Because I've got a complete room as my hobby room.
I have, but unfortunately, my window is right over there, and I've got a door in between here and the window. So I would need a long hose to go up and round. And I think extraction hoses, you ideally want them straight, don't you? Because if they got to go round corners, the particles will get stuck on the edges.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, unless you put a proper bend thing on it.
I did actually try spraying with. I don't know if I've still got it, Mr. Hobby Paints.
Ooh.
And well, I went on an airbrushing course. I'm going to do some blatant advertising here because I think it's absolutely wonderful. Model Kits for Less Facebook group. It's another cheap group, but he's got an actual bricks and mortar store, which I think any bricks and mortar store I will support because this is something we need. When I was a kid, you could go down to local newsagents and pick up a scale model kit. Now, the only place you seem to be able to get a good selection is mail order. But what MJR do, when I first came into contact with them, they said, yeah, what we do, you order a kit, we'll send it out, and then we'll give you a couple of months to pay for it. And as you become a bit more reliable, we'll increase the amount that you can buy. And I said, no, please don't do that, because I'm the kind of person that I have my life mapped out and then something happens. And I can just imagine I've got such a good reputation with them that maybe I bought the Border Models Lancaster to pay for it over 2 months. Suddenly I lose my job. How am I going to pay back 600 quid? So he says, no problems. We also do a savings plan. So he says, you can send us as much money as you want. And then when you got enough, you can buy. And I just have a little standing order, £10 a week, goes into his bank account. He acknowledges it. And, you know, I've just bought some kits for about 200 quid and the money just soon builds up. But
yeah,
he started.
I did do plastic kits, but as you know, my hobby is trains. I've got behind me, I've got 4x8 train layout.
Nice.
That's what my channel is about. If you're welcome to go and take a look. You don't.
I've already had a look, but yeah.
I'm talking about Chris because Chris is the first time seeing me. I don't actually say subscribe to the channel. I didn't expect when I started my channel to get as big as it did.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of us are like that, aren't they? Let me go back to because I don't think you'll be able to post links in the channel. Of course, you haven't got your proper channel name on, have you? Right. So sorry, guys. I'm going to be doing 2 things at once here. Anfield. Right.
Yeah, I've only got 2 monitors at the moment. I do want to buy a 3rd monitor so I can have a separate monitor.
No way. I'm embarrassed.
What?
I actually hadn't subscribed to your channel.
It's fine.
Oh, I watch your channel.
YouTube are removing a lot of people. Do you know who I was subscribed to, and then all of a sudden the subscriber drop. Wasn't getting notifications. Ice Queen, Sue.
Yes.
And Plastic Monkey.
Yeah,
they're cool.
So I'll tell you what. Let's do a bit of a. To be honest with you, I'm playing with a lot of things here.
Hey, it's what it's cool.
So I just put a link into the channel if you want to pop over and have a look.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, there's lots of trains. I do like trains. I'm actually going to be eventually sorting out. Well, in my loft, it's a lovely big loft I've got, and I want to put a studio in it. But I'm going to have shelving all down the sides, and it's really long. Well, it's the length of my house. And I thought I'll use the sides, and I'm not bothered with the stations and things. What I thought I'll do is I'll build a box at one end and just put some turning around tracks, and I'll just have some trains running up and down the sides. So while I'm streaming, you might get the Orient Express go by, and then just as I'm doing a really little tricky bit, you might get the Channel Tunnel go flying through. You know.
Well, I've actually got. I'm greedy. I've got Alan Melwood Drive that's behind me that was got on the second lockdown, and up in the loft, I've got a 26-foot layout by 4 foot that I'm in the proceed rebuilding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will actually get round to taking some pictures of my loft, and I'll do some measurements. But I've got a master bedroom that end, and this living room this next to it. That is pretty much the length of it.
Yeah.
And it's really good. And on the other side of the house, I've got kitchen, bathroom, and the little bedroom. But there is a water tank. So it's probably about 2/3 the length of my house.
Yeah, I've got a water tank, but where my water tank is, I've actually boxed it in. But there's method in mine. If you go back to where my channel started, the U that's up in the loft of the layout was there when I moved here. I inherited half of the layout that's up there, and I just carried it on. What's this camera like? It looks grainy.
You actually look like you've got a diffuser in front of it, to be honest with you. I'm assuming it's a built-in camera on the laptop.
No, it's not. It's a camera, but it's not that good.
Right.
I'm trying to sort out cameras. It's still
well, this actually goes back to a question I was asked a long time ago, and something I bring up a lot. A few people have said to me, what do I need to start a stream? Now, if you go back to the start of my channel, the old Route Master, this is a bus, I'm a bus driver, what could possibly go wrong?
Yes.
That was the absolute best quality I could produce at that particular time. And now this is what I'm producing. And in a couple of weeks' time, this is going to be my webcam. And this is
I've got my bench camera. I don't know. Can I change cameras when I'm on panel?
You can. Oops, I've just dropped all my Eddie Stoke.
I'll go to my clear camera. I've just do a click on add camera.
Yeah.
No, you right. There's a little. You see where it says stop video? There's a little arrow next to it. If you click on that arrow, you get a list of cameras. Why am I trying to put this drawer on a bit that it won't balance on?
Oh! I'm going to go to my layout. No, I can't. Bear with me. I'm going to go and turn my lights in my layout.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Camera on. Let me see if it's in place where it should be.
So there we go. We've helped someone today. But yeah, with regards to your camera setup, I mean, look at Chris's. Chris's has improved a lot.
Yeah.
Since he first streamed, his is actually almost quite bearable to watch now.
Yeah, because I got my own room safe.
Well, the thing is, if you put a paper bag over your head, it might actually be bearable. This is the kind of banter that we have all the time.
There we go. There's my face camera, crystal clear.
Oh, that's better. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's me bench cam.
I want to ask you, when I see the first two words Anfield Road, I'm thinking Liverpool Football Club. But then layout in the loft. So explain your channel name to me.
Right. Anfield Road is the Liverpool Football Club.
Yeah.
And my layout that started the channel is up in the loft. Right. So that's where layout in the loft comes from.
So are you eventually going to have a football stadium in your model railway layout?
Believe it or not, I'm going to show you something now. I've got Anfield Road Stadium.
Nice.
It's from Timo. It may go on the loft layout somewhere.
Nice.
That was built on Lindsay. Was it Lindsay? Yeah, Lindsay's stream yesterday.
So was that purchased or was that scratch built?
Purchased from Timo.
Right. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Have you? I've gone down that rabbit hole of Timo. It's unbelievable for quality.
Do you know what I was coming across Temu, and I just didn't really trust them. I bought stuff off Wish. I've bought stuff off Shane. You know, I mean, there's a joke. I mean, obviously you'll get it because you're into football, but like Harry Maguire is what you get if you order Les Ferdinand on Wish.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of joke.
Yeah.
And I was looking at Temu, and I've been looking at Temu hauls, and they don't actually look too bad. So I thought, do you know what? I'll take the plunge, and I made this order, and I didn't have the money ready, so I just left it in the cart. And they actually reduced the price from about 80 quid to about 30. So I thought, right, okay, fine, I haven't got much to lose. And when I buy stuff from things like AliExpress, you expect lower quality but good enough.
Yeah, you do. I'm just trying to find something. Just bear with me.
Yeah.
There's
But what I actually found was they're actually
no,
really
I know
good.
what I'm gonna get. It's been on camera before. I'm gonna get me airbrush. You like this airbrush? If you're into your airbrush, that goes for any of yours.
So you're going to say you got it from Temu?
This one come from Temu.
To be
yeah.
honest with you, I've not got a problem. My first airbrush was about 10 or 15 pounds.
Well, my first airbrush come off Lord Peter. That was the little one with the canister.
Yeah.
And now the one I've gone for, it's got the side part with it, as well as having the side part.
Now they look extra maintenance to me.
I don't know. I haven't used it yet because and it's got the glass jar.
Ah, yes.
Wicked, yeah.
That was when I first used an airbrush. That was the one I went for because I thought I could put my paint in, and any that I don't use, I can keep. But then you end up going down the route of having one jar for every single color that you own.
Yeah, and believe it or not, the Tamiya jars fit on the end of it.
Do they? No.
Yeah.
Well, my first airbrush was a little Chinese one. I wasn't very good at airbrushing. Forget fine detail, but I found it quite adequate. Now, all I was really excuse me, all I was really using it for was priming and base coating. So,
yeah, well,
I think everyone would agree a Chinese airbrush, if you're using it just for priming and base coating, not a problem. Then I saw a video on how to improve your airbrush.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I've got it here. No, I haven't. It's in the other room. So what I did is I took the needle out. Now, the main difference between a cheap Chinese airbrush and one of these Steiner, Becker, or whatever the hell they're called, is the quality of the manufacturing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you get your needle, put it into a Dremel, right? Might need to put a bit of masking tape on the end and clamp it into a Dremel, right? Get yourself a bit of kitchen roll, put a bit of Autosol or some kind of metal polish, right? And then just run the needle with the Dremel running up and down the needle. It finally polishes that needle. It makes it silky smooth. And I tell you what, it improves the airbrush 100%.
I'm going to tell you another tip with an airbrush as well. Dry tip. Have you heard? I'll get it. Go to me cupboard. I remember them. I got told about it off an American friend of mine, Hobbyborn Terry. Can you see what that's called?
Glycerin. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It stops you getting dry tip.
Yes. Because it makes it kind of, for want of a better word, oily. But it's not oily, is it? It's a lubricant.
It's brilliant for if I've done a strip down of me thingy, I'll put it on a cloth and I'll wipe my needle with it.
Yeah. Because it basically gives it a very, very fine layer of, it's like a protective layer. I mean, I tend to just use a little bit of drying retarder. I make my own thinners up. I haven't got a bottle of thinner. I have got somewhere.
Ooh,
I know I have.
Penny, when you get chance, send me how you make it. I've my emails on me about it.
I've got a video already, but I can tell you now, right? You take any amount of IPA, Now,
Thank you, Chris, for
I've
the
pre-
subscription. I'll subscribe back now if I can. Go on.
I pre-measured this. I've worked all out what the quantities are, but ignore this. This is actually airbrush cleaner, but it's the same. So what I do is I fill my IPA up to about there, and then I put distilled water up to there, right? And that's 1 part IPA alcohol, 99%, 2 parts distilled water. Now, I don't use distilled water. I use tap water. Now, the reason I use tap water is because I live in Scotland, which is the most beautiful place in the world with the best water in the world.
I wouldn't use tap water around here.
No.
For
No. No.
I've
You
got a
then-
hot water. I've got a hot water thing. in
You
the
then
corner.
put in, I haven't got, give me 1 second, I'll get the bottle. Bear with me.
No problem. Thank you for the subscription, Chris.
Yeah, no,
Subscribe.
I've had yours as well. Thanks for that.
I've never been able to go and subscribe someone while I've been on panel. Tower is a game changer with my channel.
Yeah. I have a look at that upgrade the mindset for gaming one.
Sorry about that, guys. Right, so this is the bottle for my thinner. So IPA, distilled water. I then put in 3 ml, roughly 3 ml of flow improver, and the reason, and then I put in 3 ml of retarder fluid. Now the reason
I've got all like stuff ready for it.
yeah, 1 part IPA, 2 parts distilled water.
I've got no IPA left. I've used it all. I'll have to buy some.
Flow improver is just flow improver. It just helps it. It changes the surface tension. And the reason I put the retarder in is when you're shooting paint through an airbrush, it has a tendency to dry quicker. So the retarder just slows down the drying process. Now, if you don't put the flow
I am
improver in,
listening, but I'm just going to go and get
fine.
best.
If you don't put the flow improver in or the retarder and instead put in 1 part concentrated screen wash, right, you now have got airbrush cleaner.
Yeah.
Airbrush cleaner is thinners with concentrated screen wash, but then you put in 5 milliliters, be careful with this is dangerous stuff, 5 milliliters of ammonia.
I've got the Timberland airbrush cleaner.
Yeah, no, this, I mean, my favorite airbrush cleaner is, oops, just dropped it. Some people will disagree, and that's this, the Medea.
I've heard about that, yeah.
But
I'm only just coming down the airbrush route.
Yeah, I have found a better one. But what I do is, because this costs about 40 pence a litre to make, I can use this liberally to clean my airbrush out. And then what I do is I get my Medea airbrush cleaner and I can put a few drops in and just shoot that through and just make sure it's really clean. However, I've just discovered something that's even better than that. And that's this.
Oh, Mr. Tool Cleaner.
Nasty stuff. Really nasty. It's absolutely reeks. And I can't use a lot of it. This is why I can't use Mr. Colour paints, because the thinners that you put in them, absolutely amazing. These leveling thinners, Mr. Colour leveling thinner.
Yes,
absolutely amazing. But
I'm looking forward to the Outlaw Paints coming here in the
Well, the problem I have with the Mr. Colour thinners is that triggers my asthma within about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and I really can't.
Sprue's the same.
That who I think it is. Hello, Building with the Boys. How are you?
It's Scott.
This guy is in my bad books at the moment.
What's Scott done?
Well, see, he's been putting these videos up about these what are they called? Fun hole. And now I want to buy them. They just he did this video yesterday on this steampunk train which instead on its own looks amazing.
Oh, it does. I watched that one of Scott.
Yeah, but did
Yeah.
you then watch the train station one?
Yes.
Now, could you have the train station without the? And all the while, I'm watching this video
Yeah,
going.
you can't. You couldn't.
I'm going. But is it compatible with the train? And then all of a sudden, he goes, right. Well, I've got to do it. And he puts the train, and I'm like, I need it. And I spent. It was about 2 a.m. I really needed to go to bed, and I'm like, no, I've got to find this. And I'm looking on the link, one of the links he gave me. Then I looked on the Kickstarter, and the Kickstarter wasn't for that. And I'm like, I need to find it. And I'm frantically leaving comments on his video, and I'm like, I need this. And then by the time he replied, I went onto their store in Amazon, and I found it. And I didn't just find it, but I found their entire range. And yeah, I'm going to be in so much trouble. And do you know what? I'm buying the Lego Land Rover Discovery, but it's not actually going to be the Lego. But now I'm thinking, should I do this instead? So yeah, you're in big trouble, Mr. Building with the boys. You are costing me a lot on that. Do you know what? Right. So you need that printed on a t-shirt. It's a beautiful thing. You know, if I had a drink every time he said it's a beautiful thing, I would be drunk very, very quickly. But it's the verbal equivalent of comfort food. Every time he says it's a beautiful thing, you're like, and also because of you, partly, I do have. I'm giving things away. I do like to try and keep secrets, but I'm not very good at it. But there's
I'm not the same. I'm the same.
two ticks. Sorry, just bear with me for a sec. I'm just trying to find this mute button.
There's something of airbrushed with a black acrylic.
That's cool. Yeah.
That was me fair.
Oh, you're gonna see a lodger walk past in a minute. He's going to attempt to hang some washing on the line. So yeah, because of Mr. Building with the boys, I've ordered a new part work. And that's stage 1 complete. I mean, it's a part work that I would have had it. I mean, I didn't really need it.
Yeah,
but
I'm liking that new Optimus Prime.
Yeah, see, I haven't got a bottomless pit for money, and I thought about it, but it's just. And I've got so many things on the go, and I really want to get the scale models going.
Yeah.
But Building with the. I should ban him from my channel, and I should ban myself from his, because I want to buy so much stuff. But yeah, basically what he said about the RoboCop build was, correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't really his thing. But he watched the French builds, and they look great because obviously they're ahead of us, and they look really, really good. And I would agree with it. I'm just super impressed with it. It's really, really nice.
You're doing a diamond dot. I recognise that pen.
Well, I've got 2 pens. This one's my favourite.
Yeah, I'm going there.
I've got a diamond dot. I've got a big Liverpool emblem. I've got to do for the other half for Jackie.
You would have, wouldn't you?
I got that one.
No, but like I've said, Chris, you know, you get your first diamond paint, you get everything in it to complete it. Then you start tarting everything up. I mean, I've got a nice little drawer system, which is probably a bit overkill, but it's all very nice. And I've got my favourite pen. I bet I can't find it because you know me, I can never find anything.
I've got my pen.
No. Oh, yes. A miracle's just happened. I can find something.
There's mine.
So this is the pen that I use for diamond painting. It's called a Pick Me Up, and it's got blue tack in the end, and you just twist it every time you start to run out. But it's also very handy for scale models when you're trying to pick little bits up. But I don't know if you can see it, but on the end there, I mean, it's almost down to the end. But what I discovered, it comes with some gunk in it, and when that ran out, all I did was I unscrewed it, pulled that plunger out, and just stuck a load of blue tack in. Now, blue tack's a little bit dangerous because when blue tack makes contact with the sticky bit, you end up with, it's like mozzarella cheese and you just get this big long strand.
Yes, you do.
It's a little bit dangerous.
I use that in my scratch build and that. It comes in handy for doing all sorts.
They do make very good pick-me-up pens. You put a bit of wax in there. If you're doing photo etch or something, it's but yeah. Sorry, I'm not on purpose missing things, comments out. I will try and do it. There we go. Right, so Lord Peter Webster's trying to spend all of my money by telling me I need to buy DCC trains with coders because they are more expensive than the others. So of course I've got to buy
I tell you now, Eden is a good supporter. Sorry, butting in occasionally, but he's a good supporter. Sent a lot of gifts.
Oh, do you know what? He sent me some. I asked for these and he sent me. I was happy to buy them, but these little bottles, just little things. And this is the funny thing, like this screwdriver. I've got some really good screwdrivers, but Peter sent me this. Now, I don't know how much it cost, and I don't want to know how much it cost.
I'm the same.
It's a gift. It looks cheap, but actually it's one of the best screwdrivers I've ever used. The main requisites for me is I do like this spinny bit on the end because I do use a screwdriver like that.
Yeah, I've got one that's brilliant.
Yeah, and the other thing is I like the flat end because what I try to do, and I never do, I always say it in my channel, get your screw lined up ready before you put your part together. Then you can put that down on the table and it's ready for you. But I never, ever do as I say.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, he's a good guy. I mean, a lot of people are. I've got so many different things that have been sent to me by very kind subscribers. And it's really helped on the channel. I even had one of my viewers. They sent me what do you call them? You know those saws that you put on wood and you zoom.
Oh
yeah, one of those.
Well, I wouldn't have this A1 cutting mat I've got on this bench. I wouldn't have that if it wasn't for Pete. I've lost count what I've got off Pete. I've had an airbrush.
Peter, you've got some catching up to do with me. I need lots of gifts to make up for everyone else. I'm just joking on that one. Right, so Lord Pete Webb says it's one of the cams I sent you, Lee. This is how behind we are with the chat.
Yeah, no, this is one of my original ones I got.
Yeah.
Your one is not plugged in. It's on the other bench, and I'm still feeling around because I've only had the tower since Wednesday night to set it up.
Yeah.
So I'm still feeling around where the cameras are going. I'm still messing around with them. I've got one more camera, the 2K camera, Peter. So when that is not got a destination yet.
Yeah.
It will have when I redo it. I may have to buy another power hub. I only bought a power hub that holds 4. I need one that holds more.
I can recommend some good ones actually. The ones that I buy, actually I had one bought for me. Let me just go through because I bought one recently. I get
off Amazon.
Yeah.
It's probably
this. People say to me, people go, "Oh, that's good. Where did you get that from?" I'm like, "Well, where do you think I got it from?"
There's the one I've got.
Well, this is the one that I use, and
BSH Tech. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at.
Yeah, because it's got 4 hubs on the end, which they're not USB, they're just charging. And in this day and age, you have so many things that need USB ports that they just come in really handy.
Yeah.
Especially in the hotel, it's quite small. It goes in the bag nicely. I've got my phone charger. I've got my watch charger. I've got a lamp that plugs into the USB. I've got something else that plugs in.
Nice.
And it's just all these little devices. Right, so Lord Peter Webster says you have to get Jackie's permission firstly. I think that was about stuff in the attic, wasn't it?
No, I've got her permission. I've already got the attic though.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm happy with Temu so far. Yeah, I don't think there's that many people. I mean, if you get into the politics of Temu, then your ethics might stop you from buying from them. There's a channel called Illuminati.
Yes.
Do some in-depth. This is when I get very serious with my YouTube watching. I watch things like Illuminati, and I like to watch theory things. But I something I noticed quite a few years ago. Companies were getting stuff made in China, and the quality was being reduced to try and get the cheapness. And then everyone's going, oh, but all of this is crap, and all the Chinese children are dying because they're being worked too hard. So then they start getting more quality stuff. Well, because the price went up accordingly, didn't it? And then start complaining, oh, everything's so expensive. And it's like, well, tell us what you want. Do you want stuff made cheaply, or do you want good quality stuff? And I think Temu might actually be beginning to get that balance right.
But yeah, do you know what Temu will probably do? Be competing against Amazon.
Yeah, well, they are kind of the Chinese version of Amazon, aren't they? But they aren't without their controversies. But I think everybody with any amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Not common sense, but if any logic, the cheaper you're paying, the more shortcuts are made. Now, sometimes shortcuts are made with the quality of the item you're buying. Yeah. Sometimes the shortcuts are made with the labor. And I know that some of these Chinese people are working really, really hard for like a couple of pence a day. And, you know, if you're not happy with that, don't buy. But, you know, so this is when Building with the Boys came in. He says, evening all. So, hi, Scott. Hi, Peter. How are you? I'm good, Scott. Cheers. How's you and the lads doing? I'm waiting for Jack's next month. Sprues and Glues. Hello. How are you? He says, hi, Penny.
Hi, Dave.
Dave. And I've lost where I am on the chat. Hi, Peter. Doing great. Jack is back in the ring for his next match a week on Saturday. We're all very excited. What's that?
Oh, nice. Good luck for Jack, Scott.
Awesome, Scott. I loved his first match. Brought back memories from seeing Big Daddy. Oh, that's right. He's a wrestler, isn't he?
Yeah.
I remember Big Daddy. Big Daddy.
I do.
Stacks. Yeah. He's been working on all new moves and, more importantly, put downs for the crowd. Oh, nice. I love the baddies. They are the coolest. Get the crowd screaming. So, hello, Penny. LOL, it's a beautiful thing. Do you know what? I love it when he says that. I have an exclusive. I hate when you say that. Oh, I've got an exclusive, but I can't show you. But yeah, you did say something about that on one of the videos. And I'm really chuffed that you've stuck to your guns, you know, because I know you did say that one company's offered you 4 figures to have a certain product in your videos, and you've gone no. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. I had it wasn't anything to do with YouTube, but I had my morals are that I will only speak the truth, my opinion, and I will state it's my opinion. I mean, I might do this fun home whole thing, do it, and actually I think it's a load of crap, and I would say that, you know, I don't think I would, but yeah, I always say my honest opinion. Now, I had a company, I'd bought something on Amazon, and they said, if you leave a 5-star review, we'll give you your money back. Now, I left a 5-star review because the product I felt deserved a 5-star review. So I think it was some PLA filament. It was about 2/3 of the cost of the stuff I was normally buying, and it was just as good quality. So I said, yeah, I'm happy to buy it. It prints well. The temperature tolerances were very good. And they gave me the money back. And then they asked me to buy something else, which I bought. And I left that a 5-star review because I felt it deserved a 5-star review. Then they asked me to buy something else. And I can't remember what it was. But I only left that a 4-star review because I thought it had a few niggles with it. I didn't really think it deserved 5-star. you know, I never heard from them since. But I've seen people, you watch these videos and they're sponsored by somebody, and you can tell that they're saying nice things because they're being paid to. And then I just think that ruins the credibility of the entire channel. You know, if Scott was to sit there and go, this drink is lovely, I drink it all the time, and you know he's faking it, one day he's going to go out and he's going to buy a new part work, the USS Enterprise aircraft carrier, and he's going to go, wow, this part work is brilliant. How can I actually believe it?
Yeah.
I know he's lied about products, and you're thinking, is he being paid to say that, or is that his opinion? So, yeah, anyone who will stick to the morals like that, perfect. Scott makes me laugh how many different terms he uses to describe his big hands. We know someone else with big hands, don't we, Chris? Nice. Good evening. Hi, Dom. I wasn't blown away after Iron Man, but once the French start assembling Robocop, well, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I quite liked the Iron Man, but not quite enough to do it. There is a small part of me that has regretted it, but I think I can live without it. But I'm doing the Infinity Gauntlet, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah, amazing.
But the thing is, I keep going on about this, and I probably should just pipe down a bit. The first 2 or 3 issues, they gave you so much bulk, and that's typical part work. You know, they want to give you something that looks.
That's the one
great.
Pete's going on about. Still got sent. That's a first. That's a nice camera.
Nice.
That may be going me face cam. I'm thinking doing that me face cam.
Yeah.
Is it the first stream I've really been up on that I've been able to mess with? Thank you for letting me
That's
come
what
up.
we do these for. Yeah, so the first issue or 2 or maybe 4 or 5, they will give you big chunks of stuff that looks iconic or whatever. Then once the build gets going, you get into the normal stuff. So like I spotted this one. I bet you on the Robocop, we're starting from the foot up. But the first issue 1, they've given us a head. So we know this is going in the drawer for about 1.5 years. It's like the Ecto 1. What did we get? The bonnet in the first issue, didn't we? Nice big chunk of metal, looks lovely.
Yeah.
For a while. Now with the Iron Man, what they've done is they've given us they've given us half a die-cast factory there, haven't they, in the first couple of issues? And now that we're in issue, what am I up to? I've just finished filming 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I've done 3 issues on the thumb in one video, but I'm finding they're a little bit more technical build, but there's less pieces. And I can see a certain YouTuber going, is that all we're getting for our money? And I do feel with part works, a lot of people judge each individual part work. You know, this issue cost me a tenner and we've got loads of stuff with it. This one's cost me a tenner and I've got hardly anything. Well, no, actually what you're getting is you're getting one big model for £1,400, and that's what you need to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Right, where are we up to? So Dominic Koku, do I say that right, Dominic Koku? People say, I've got one, you can have, Lee, I'll send you one. Actually, I might be able to jump in there before you. I may possibly have a few bits and bobs I'm getting rid of. So a lot of people say, you're referring to using the Anfield Stadium in the yeah, I'd like to see that, because it's
that's that other camera I've just been messing with.
That's not bad.
Oh.
That's not bad.
I'm grabbing 2 mouses. I've got 2 mouses next to each other.
Yeah. Oh, I like that saying. What's expensive is expensive once. What's cheap is cheap also always. That's
It needs dropping now. It's too high. Could have just put it on top of that other one. It's cutting me.
I actually like the height. It's the positioning.
Yes, I do like the height. That's ideal for me.
I like my camera just slightly above eye level.
Yeah.
I think it's rude if you're looking down into a camera. It's this
Yeah.
overpowering thing. You're actually looking down on your audience, and it's a little bit intimidating. So have
Right, so
the camera slightly above camera level, at eye level, but you also want it in front of you so you can see it easily.
Yeah, well, I think what I'll do, that's going to go my face cam.
Yeah,
I think I'll move
No,
that as my face.
I like that. That's just like that. Looks just slightly above you, but it just needs a bit of a tilt. But the
Well, what it's on an L bracket that is a bolt. I've made the bracket.
Right.
It's not getting a cheap hobby. And I've just spent enough getting this tower done.
Yeah.
100 quid I didn't really have.
Well, isn't that the same with a lot of things? I mean, the amount of money I spent on my laptop setup, I could have used for other things like food, paying bills, cat toys, but I had to be selfish and buy a laptop. Kenneth, afternoon, everyone from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm sitting here watching your live stream while starting the D'Agostini Knight Rider build. Is that good?
I've seen Kenneth about.
Yeah. I met a lot of the old wrestlers. I tell you what, I've got a moan about a film. What's it called? It's the one about the woman wrestler from Bristol, goes over and joins the WWF or WWE or whatever it's called at the time. And my big bugbear, they do this. Sorry, she's from Norfolk. Actually not far from where I grew up. But they will, in the films, if anything's ever set in Norfolk, they will bloody use people with Bristolian accents, and it bugs me to hell. So it's very, very hard to sit through a whole film about a family from Norfolk with Bristolian accents. I want to throw things at the TV and go, shut up! Sort your accents out! Right, that's awesome, Pete. I'm loving. Yeah, I do love the gauntlet. It's nice. Peter, your computer is already complete. I can guess who you mean, Penny. Yeah, that's right, Penny. I've gifted bloody hell 10 webcams. You're a bit like me, aren't you, Peter? You just want to.
I've got another 2 that I was sent. I've been sent 3 off Peter.
Yeah. But I think he's just a kind person who likes people. I mean, an example, when I just bought my new laptop, the one I had before was a MacBook. It cost me £300 refurbished, and it really didn't work well for me. Now, what do I do with it? Do I toss it? It's not got any value to me. I could give it on one of these free sites, but I'm actually worried that if I gift something to somebody, they might sell it. You know what they're like. People pick up these things and sell them.
Yeah, they do.
But there's a lady who gave me, she advertised her table on free in the area. So I got a lovely dining table courtesy of her. And then later on, she was looking for a vacuum cleaner. So I gave her mine. I just dropped her a message and I said, look, I've got this MacBook. It's not very good. I know you're struggling with a few kids on your own. Do you want it? And she was like so appreciative. And now her kid can do his homework a bit better. So yeah. So, but I mean, what I'm getting nothing but grief out of it. And someone's getting. Apparently, her son was so happy with it, he didn't actually sleep that night. So, that's a result in my eyes. Building with the boys, I have a high camera setup. Yeah. Your angles are good. If anybody ever has a camera like that and they're looking down on me, it feels a bit intimidating. I want to be looking down on them.
That's not far off now.
That's all right. Just a little bit of a tilt.
Yeah.
And you're there. I have more cams and mics if anyone needs one.
I got that. I've got a Technic. That mic there. Come off, mate.
Well, I've got the Snowball, but for some reason it doesn't want to work very well. So I've gone back to using the mic in the headphones. But
Oh, I've got the mic. I've got the gaming headset. This
Yeah.
I thought this had given up yesterday.
I just think my voice is so terrible. It doesn't matter what mic I have. Nothing can save me. So I might.
There's nothing up with your voice.
So yeah, I'll tell you what. Confidence levels. When I first made YouTube videos, you wouldn't see my face and you wouldn't hear my voice.
Yeah,
And then
I was the same.
Yeah. Then I started making a few videos where I'm talking in them. And that was the biggie for me. Especially with my personal circumstances. And I get the comment, oh, you don't sound. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to explain that story right now. That's not what this is about. And then, yeah, I started showing my face. And yeah, I've just never looked back. I've had so much support off. I did once have a negative comment, and it did hurt a little bit. I got a little bit
Negative
upset.
comment hurt me one time. I had one. If you go back on some of my live streams, I used to do off my phone on Streamlabs.
Yeah. But it's, I mean,
I was just that. I was just my fingers under the camera.
Yeah.
Scratch building what I do.
Yeah.
I'm building that at the moment.
But you've got to look through the setup. You've got to look at what they're doing. You know, there's people out there that have got really crap setups that are producing much better content than people with expensive setups.
Yeah.
You know,
that's what I've done. I've upped it. I've had to up it. My laptop was I had to up it because my laptop was playing up. My CPU was getting too hot when I was streaming. That's why I had to stop my streams.
Yeah. The most surprising comment ever has just popped up here. Sitting in front of a camera and talking for 30 minutes isn't easy.
No, it's not.
Yet you make it look so easy. You really do.
Yeah, Scott does. Scott records. When he records, I watch his. I've got a lot of ideas from Scott. I'm watching all the other channels like Scott with the Building with the Boys. That is Scott. That's what I've done. I'm looking at other channels, intros. I'm thinking that's what I need to start doing, and I've started copying from other channels to try and do myself better.
It's not copying; it's taking inspiration.
Yeah, it is taking inspiration.
Yeah. I mean, at one point I did get a bit upset that people are copying my ideas, but then I'm taking inspiration from other channels, putting my own ideas in, and actually, doesn't that just mean I'm being inspirational to others? If they're copying my ideas must be good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind. I'll come up with something new, and then while other people are taking inspiration, I'm coming up with new ideas. You know, I've got a couple of new ideas, which I'm coming up with later on, but I'm not going to reveal them because it's too far in advance and someone could jump in and do it before me. But yeah, I'll come up with it.
I'm moving that mouse out the way. I've got my cordless mouse and the battery's gone dead on it.
Oh, do you know what I bought? Now, these have been around for a long, long time. But I bought them for the first time last week. And some of you might laugh at me because I bet you've probably seen them already. But these are amazing.
There we go. There's the bench cam now.
Nice. I like those roof tiles. I like the odd little random one that's different.
Oh, that one. That's just brick paper put on.
Is it?
Yeah. Have I got any to hand? Yeah, they have. There.
Okay, so it's all done for you.
Yeah, it's already done. You just create it like that, putting it over. This is a super quick kit I'm building at the moment. I had this sent by Danny Ivor Junction.
You and me are going to have to spend a bit of time together, and you're going to have to teach me things.
Oh,
yeah. Let me show you these batteries I bought, and I think they're absolutely wonderful. I mean, they're not anything new, but they're new for me. So, sorry, just excuse me a sec. The cats have just decided to go mental.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Oh, I like that mirror image. I'm going to go and have a look at this software myself.
I'll just crack on now.
I can't believe I let you in my house for free. I give you food, I buy you birthday presents, and you wreck my house. I'm telling him off, and he's just like sitting there looking at me as if so. And point being, yeah. So these batteries, they're rechargeable batteries. But instead of putting them in the battery charger, you plug them into got a little USB port on the side.
Oh, I've seen one else.
Yeah, they're brilliant. I don't know why I didn't come up with them before. And because I'm living out a hotel for half of my life, they are so much more convenient. Because instead of having a big old battery charger, I've just got a little tiny. The USB cable. It's got the USB one end, and it splits into two, and you've got two USB-C cables on the end. And they're just. I'm going to say it. I am going to say it. They are a beautiful thing. Which brings me on to my next comment. Building with the Boy says, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. If you are being copied, you are doing something right. Did you see that little tie-in I just did there?
I didn't see it.
Did you not say I just said these batteries are a beautiful thing? And then I read out Building with the Boys comment about imitation is the sincerest.
Yeah.
Oh, you are hard work tonight, aren't you? So, little Miss Quiet over there, Natasha, how you getting on?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Good.
Trying to get this finished.
Well, you always
It
are.
won't be tonight, though.
Have you got a channel, Natasha, or do you just come up on?
Everybody's been wanting me to, but I haven't dared. So I just join everyone else.
To just make a little video, Natasha.
Natasha, on a Sunday, I do a live stream if you want to come and show your stuff off. I do a Sunday live stream at 5:00.
All right, okay.
And you don't have to show your face. You can just have down cam.
Right, okay.
It's on my channel.
Very appreciated.
It's no problem.
Sorry,
I've done the little bit of a snidey plug there, Penny.
Apologies for that. Oh, guys, I've got to show you off my T-shirt. I went on a Jack the Ripper tour, but in Whitechapel, you got a pub called the Blind Beggar Pub. And I am not going to tell you why that is a special pub.
I've got my suspicions.
Well, you can have a guess if you want. But on the back, it's got some writing. And it says something along the lines of, please don't arrest me. But me and my friend...
If I was a police officer, I'm just going to arrest you anyway, Penny.
Well, you would anyway, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Yeah, but no, me and my friend, we went in and we just couldn't have been more touristy. So the Blind Beggar Pub is where the Krays shot one of the Cornells, if you remember that story. Now, where the actual bullet hole in the wall is, they've repaired that wall now. But what they've done is they've cut a little bit of wallpaper out around the bullet hole and they framed it. And they have done a bit of refurbishment. And we were like, right, where's the spot? And yeah, right, you need to come over here. This was the exact spot where he was sitting. And whichever was it, Ronnie, he was standing here. And then the bullet hole, because one of his henchmen shot a bullet into the scene, and he goes, right, that's there. And we're like, oh, that's amazing. We're going to go now. And then they're like, hang on a minute. You've just given us about 20 minutes of your time, and we haven't even bought a pint or anything. So we just picked up a little bit of merchandise, and I just love the T-shirt anyway. And then we went on and did the Jack the Ripper tour, which again was brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody is thinking about the Jack the Ripper tour, here's a bit of economics for you. Do the free tour. Don't do the paid one. Do the free one. The free one doesn't cost you any money, but you tip them at the end. Now, it's the 2020s. In this day and age, a tip involves folding money, right? 5, 10, 20 pounds minimum. The guy actually has one of these little card machines. He says, if anyone who wants to tip me, there you go. Now, he takes 30 people. Now, if everybody gave him £2, that's £60 he's made. It's all cash. So what he does with his cash is up to him. And he does 4 2-hour tours a day. So that's £60, £240 a day he makes just in tips. Now, on the other hand, the guys who are charging you 15 quid, they employ some drama student or out of work actor or something like that, and they probably pay him by the hour. So he probably makes 30 quid a tour, 15 quid an hour, maybe 20 quid an hour, 40 quid. So for 2 hours work. And he probably thinks that's really good. Now, in reality, you wouldn't give this guy 2 quid. I gave him a tenner. Now, if everybody gave him a tenner average, he's made 300 quid for a 2-hour tour. And it's actually cost us less than if we'd done the paid tour. So always do the free tours, guys, and chuck a tip in. It was so much better. And this guy was really passionate, really, really passionate. He wasn't so much going on about Jack the Ripper. It was more a story of the victims. And I just thought it was wonderful. And he took us past this little road. It had a load of street art. And he knows the street arts quite well because obviously the amount of contact. And one of the street artists had painted on the wall, because they know that all of the tours go past that way. They'd written on the wall, "Do not believe everything your tour guide tells you," which I thought was quite funny. So Building with the Boy says, "Hey, you owe me royalties for that." Well, I give you enough mentions. Is that good enough? Joshua, how are you? Hi guys, long time no see. Lord Peter, have you still got your personalized glasses I sent Natasha?
Excuse me a minute. You can't really see it in this.
Yeah, I'm going to be dropping shortly.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Yeah, I've got.
Is it phone call time? Is it? Oh, nice. I like that.
From the awesome Peter.
Yeah, he's a good guy, isn't he? I just think he wants to just make people smile and enjoy themselves.
I'm gonna have to drop. Jackie's ringing me. I need to go and do some stuff. Thank you.
Not a problem. The pleasure's been all ours.
Yeah, I've ended up getting some camera angles, so I'm going to leave that one where it is.
So long as everyone gets something out of this.
Thank you for letting me up, and thank you, Chris, for subscribing. And
yeah, no worries.
No worries. I don't know if you're around on a Sunday, in the Sunday evenings. I do a live stream with a panel where you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, sounds, yeah.
It'll be created, and I'm on the software StreamYard at the moment, but I am going to look at this software.
Yeah, have a look. I'm not going to say pay for Melon, but it's definitely worth having a look.
I will do.
You will find that there might be 1 or 2 features in StreamYard that aren't on Melon, and that might be a big difference for you.
Yeah,
I think me personally, I think the features that don't go on to Melon, you can kind of live with or get around it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Right, we'll let you take care, and I'll love to have you on again one day.
Yeah, well, you're more than welcome. Over to me anytime, Penny as well, and that goes for. I've seen your face around. I think Natalie,
Natasha, yeah, probably. I'm
on
with Penny and sometimes Chris.
Well, I've only just subscribed to it. I think it's through Penny. I've seen you.
Yeah.
At one point, we did a lot of diamond painting streams when I had a lot more time on my hands.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you for letting me come up, and I'll probably see you another time.
Might be tomorrow, it might be next year.
Yeah. Are you going to do this as a permanent stream on a when?
No, what I'm going to do is I've now managed to nail London down to giving me a set day off. So I'm going to do either a Tuesday or a Wednesday, depending on whether I'm on early or late. If I'm on earlies, I can't really do Wednesday nights, but I could do Tuesday because I'm off on a Wednesday.
Ooh, cool.
The 3 weeks the 1 week that I'm on holiday, which is this week, I can do as many streams. Well, I could do 6 streams if I wanted to. So I'll probably do 1, 2, possibly 3 streams in the week. I do like to try and not clash with Chris, because Chris streams on a Wednesday night with his Eddie Stobart.
Oh, you're building the Eddie, are we, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than I'm doing it for now.
Yeah, and I'm watching Crafty Chris building that at the moment.
Yeah. I've just filmed. Sadly, I'm so far behind on the Eddie.
I know you are.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm watching it, and I'm thinking I've just seen all this issue.
I know. I've just filmed the latest episode, which sadly isn't going to come out until December. No,
it happens.
We've got 4 issues that are pretty much identical. I can't find a bit. There we go. So basically, we spend 4 issues doing 2 of those.
Yes.
So I went, do you know what? I'm going to do something different. So I just said at the beginning, you know what to do, guys. And I filmed myself 4 times making these issues. And I actually did a split screen. So you've got 4 issues being built simultaneously.
Nice.
But then I really went for it, because the end of one of the issues, you've got to put the wheels onto the trailer. And I still can't get over how big the trailer is.
Yeah.
So what I did is I brought the trailer in underneath the camera really slowly with the theme from 2001: A Space Odyssey playing in the background. And I just think it looks absolutely amazing. And it's just for a bit of fun to do something different. And I've got a video that's about 10 minutes long, and it builds 4 issues.
Let me know what your day is off next week, because Sunday I'll give you a shout out for your live stream.
Right. So next week I don't have a day off, but I'm trying to get a day off. London, right, listen, tell me if you think this is strange, guys. In Scotland, my home depot, our working week runs from Monday to Sunday. Our first day of the week is Monday, last day is Sunday. I think that's normal.
Yeah.
In London, they give us Saturday to Friday. The first day of the week is a Saturday. Is that strange?
Yes.
So when we go to London, they give us a working week based on their Saturday to Friday.
Yeah.
Now, what that means is every so many weeks, they give us a long weekend.
Yeah.
They'll give us Thursday and Friday off, which is the end of the week. Then the following week, they'll give us Saturday and Sunday off.
Yeah.
Right. So, but what that means for us is, because of the way that our week works, it means we've only got a 3-day week, and we're guaranteed a 5-day week. But what it also means is the following week, we end up doing a 7-day week, because you won't get 2 weekends. Well, you find me one bus driver in the UK that gets 2 weekends off in consecutive.
It doesn't happen.
No. You're lucky to get one.
I'm going to have to drop, because I know Jackie's...
No
Next time, I'll get Jackie to come over to your stream.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
basically, in a nutshell, I don't know when I've got my day off next week. So
okay, so I'll just look out for you.
Yeah.
But I'll try and find your video from. Is it on your channel for making the airbrush thinners?
Yes, I believe it is. Let me see if I can find it. Airbrush thinner pennies pit stop. Oh, there we go. So it's called Hints, Tips, and Cheats. No, it's.
I'll go right through your channel. It'll give me something to do if there's not enough.
Well, look, there's another one from Genesis Models called Acrylic Homebrew Thinners Tutorial 2.0.
Yeah.
That's where I got it from. So watch his video.
Yeah.
Genesis Models.
I've been watching. Have you heard of Airbrush Asylum?
Yes.
That's who I've been watching for getting me
Yes.
tips. He's quite interesting on what he does.
Yes. Yes.
We've got so much to talk about, Penny. We'll have to get out.
Well, we'll have to do it over a series of streams then.
Yeah, exactly. We will.
Yeah.
Yeah. No problem. But thanks for letting me up and sorting out Ted camera.
Yeah, no problems.
No problem, mate. See you again. See you again, Chris. I'll
Bye.
probably look out for your stream when you're next on.
Yeah.
No problem. See you, Natalie.
Bye.
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 Bye. That's it.
Come on, hurry up and go so I can talk about you. Oh, I'm sorry, Natasha. I'm going to call you Natalie from now on.
No, I'm used to it.
I'm sorry. I've got to say this. There's a lovely guy, P40F20, often comments on my videos. And a couple of weeks ago, I'd made a comment on the video about the Infinity Gauntlet. They don't name the parts. They're just called A62 or whatever. And he left a comment saying, part number whatever, I shall call you whatever. But his comment, do you know, I say this, it is worth making videos just to read his comments. Left a comment, only part A96 brackets Esmeralda has become one with the assembly. Part A95 Oxnard will be added later. Alas, poor Oxnard. But I've actually got in there in one of the future builds. I've actually named a part myself. I've got in there and I've made a stake. I think it's part A73. And I've named it. So I've got in there before anyone else. Right. So where are we up to with the chat? Hi, David. Hi, David. Cool. There's a lot of chat, isn't there? Right, Natasha, you promised us a channel, Tash. You have to get it sorted. Listen, I'm not going to push you to make your own channel. I am of the opinion that you should, but I'm also of the opinion that you should come in gently. Just make a channel and just make a little pre-recorded video, something short and sweet, and then wait for the comments to come in, which I know will be very encouraging. And that will then give you a little bit of confidence to do more. And then I'm going to be a little bit negative here. You'll eventually hit a negative comment. It will hurt you. And then you'll get over it and then they won't bother you. I think you need that first negative comment to actually hurt you. And then it kind of toughens you up and you just go, do you know what? You're an idiot. And also,
I'll do that anyway now because I don't shut my mouth.
No, people, you know, they spend a lot of time and effort to come onto your channel and watch like halfway into a 37-minute video just to leave a comment. And then, you know, they've watched your whole video just so they can find something to pick on. Well, thank you. You know, someone's watched my whole video. You know, great. And YouTube don't really differentiate between likes and dislikes. They're just called interactions. Well, if someone hits the dislike button, then drops me a comment, that's 2 interactions. Thank you. Appreciated. And then I'll just reply back, thank you for watching my video. And I think that's the best way you can piss a troll off. You know, especially when they leave like a comment this long written entirely in capital letters, absolutely ranting. You know that they're having a brain aneurysm as they write it because they're so angry and they're like, ah! And then thank you for watching my video. I bet you when I read that back, that's the point in their head just goes.
You can just imagine it.
Yeah.
It's not the fear of getting negative comments. I just don't know I don't know how and when I'm ready to.
If you can't deal with them, don't deal with them. but just if I don't, I mean, one of my first big comments I had when the Route Master first came out, there was a guy going around. I think he'd ended up getting like Radio 4 involved. These part work should be made illegal. They're so expensive. They hide up the total cost. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, well, they don't really hide up the cost, because they'll say like part one is £1.99, part two is £5.99, usual price £9.99, complete in 140 parts. Now they haven't told us what the total cost is there, but a little bit of a calculator, you can work that out. 138 times 9.99 plus 5.99 plus 1.99 equals total cost of model. Now, if you think one of these part works is more than it's valued, guess what? Don't buy it. Is that a simple enough solution?
Yeah.
But I've seen there was one company I found, they made Ferraris 1 to 6 scale, and they were like £2,000 each, and they came assembled, and I went, where's the joy in that? You know, here's a model, open the box, done. Now for £1,500, I mean, like when I did the Route Master, I didn't know any of you guys, and then obviously, I mean, I haven't reached the end of the comments yet, but David Bassett has commented, if it wasn't for the Route Master, I probably wouldn't be friends with David Bassett now. So I owe the Route Master an awful lot. The community we've got as a result, and I know building with. I told you I mentioned building boys with a lot. He did say about it's the journey, and it really is the journey. It's not the actual finished model is actually quite minor. It's that journey you make getting to it. I mean, he goes on about his Ecto 1 and what it means to him and the journey and going through COVID. And I'm sorry, he's got me saying this now. It's a beautiful story. And it's that memory up there that makes the model because his model looks roughly the same as my model, but his journey is completely different. And that's what I think. Anyway, so this guy might have been someone else. When I did the first Route Master video, in fact, you know what? I'm going to look it up because I'm pretty sure I left it. Route Master issue 001. Pennies. I wasn't even called Penny's Pit Stop back then. Here we go.
Yeah, I remember that video, Pen.
Cool, I've actually got. Oh, it's not there. Oh, maybe you left it on another video then.
This is on Twitch.
No. Oh, it might have been issue 2 or issue 3 then, but no, I've got. Came to your channel from Steve-O100. There's a guy does figures, and he did a shout out. He said to make him a shout out video. His dad was a bus driver. Great video. Look forward to seeing this complete. Have you seen that Wilco do the blocks, not Lego, as a red double-decker bus for a £5? I'm building this, but found the supplied screwdriver is pretty useless. It's worth investing in a decent set. Those hinges are supposed to go together like a cinch. Wait till you get to part 2. Lots of Star Wars. Can you see how that community is building up already? Just on the very first issue. I'm building this too. And if you do it by DD, you get them cheaper. So little snippets of advice. This is how the community builds up. And I just think it's fantastic. So, you know, I bet you if there was no part works that interested me, I'd probably still just do. I keep saying I'm trying to cut back on my part works because I'm spending 200 quid a month, 300 quid a month on hobbies, and that's way too much. Right. So hi Joshua, hi Peter. See you later, Lee. Say hi to Jackie. See you later. That was really nice having Lee on, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Evening, Penny, Chris, Natasha. If anybody else wants to jump on, they're more than welcome to, although we have been going now for an hour and 40 minutes. I haven't touched this SPAD, by the way. Haven't touched it. I was planning on doing bits and bobs, but that's the way streams go. So David Bassett, hi all in chat. By tomorrow, I will have built 86 issues of Dollhouse in around 14 hours. Do you know what? I am tempted to do another Route Master. Do it through, obviously, I've got to do it through Agora, but buy the whole lot in one chunk. So it's a lot cheaper if you buy it in one chunk. And what is it, 120 issues? I think it was 125. Now, I reckon, as a rough average, it's half an hour per issue to build. Some issues were a little bit longer, but we had some issues that were like 2 minutes. But I reckon as a ballpark average, half an hour. So that's 60 hours to build that. And I would actually quite like to just sit there, get up in the morning, and 60 hours later, I finished it. But that's a week and a half of work, isn't it? You know, by the standards of a working week, that's a week and a half. So you see how much work there is to do in it. Hey, David. Hi, David. Wow, Pete, that's some going. I need to build 68 issues of Titanic. See, now I am a bit jealous of all these people who have their issues backed up. And I would love to do that. And like when I got back into this and I've done, I mean, I must have done, I think I made 40 videos in about a week of all Warhammer, Fire Truck, the Gauntlet, and the Eddie Stobart. And I absolutely loved it. And I would love to have a big backlog, but I can't let the magazine sit there and pile up and go, nope, can't do them. I'm going to let them back up. But obviously, I found myself in a circumstance where partly couldn't build and partly won't build. I had a bit of a bad phase in my life, and I just walked away from YouTube for a bit. But yeah, it was nice when I come back. But I also think waiting for those issues for 3 or 4 weeks is quite good, because I'm pretty sure the Eddie Stobart is due this week. I'm absolutely positive. I hope it's due this week because the direct debit goes out tomorrow, and I don't like paying Hachette before I've received the issues. Even though everything else in my life I pay for before I receive. But I'm pretty sure it used to be the direct debit. I'm pretty sure it used to come out about a week or two after we'd received the issues. And then that way, if the issues are running late, you're still paying the direct debit after you get them. But I wonder if they've changed that because of non-payers. I know of 1 or 2 people that have become, I think they've classified them as bad customers. And it probably won't hurt Hachette if one person doesn't pay 50 quid bill. But if you've got a few $1,000, well, look, maybe that's why Eagle Moss went bust. Administration or whatever you want to call it, you know, a few people not paying the bills. But then Eagle Moss won't send you out the parts until you've actually paid for them, will they? Right, so Building with the Boys says, wow, David Bassett, evening Building with the Boys and Lord Peter Webster. Oh my God, Peter, that's some going. I built the R2D2 and T800 builds in 3 days each. Yeah, I can believe that, especially the Terminator, because a lot of that was quite the one. I don't know how they could have done it any differently. I have got my Terminator behind me. Look, he's lovely. I can't think of a better way to do it, but you tended to get big chunky pieces and a couple of screws, and that was it. Now you take like the bone in the arm, not the bone, but whatever it is, the structure. What's the robot equivalent of a bone? Now you couldn't probably give that to us in multiple pieces. You'd have to do it in one piece, and obviously that means there's an awful lot of product. So you did find, and this is what I find, it's like that gauntlet. The first couple of issues, you got a lot of product, which generally means less work. And like I say, with a T800, I can't think of a better way to do it. So you just have to, and it's the same with when I did the Harley Davidson. It was just collect parts. I think we did 7 months before we actually built anything. It was just, here's some parts, leave them in the box. And that got a little bit tedious. Once you get to the point where you put them together, it's like building heaven. But until then, it was just like, here's a motorbike helmet, put it in the box. Here's a tire, put it in the box. Here's a seat, put it in the box. Building with the Boys says that's crazy. Anyone going to be building the U96 from Hachette? Again, yes, and it's all Building with the Boys' fault. If he hadn't featured it on his channel, I wouldn't have subscribed to it. The truth is, I'm definitely going to get the first pack, and I'm going to have a look at the first pack. Whether I get the second pack, I do not know, and let me tell you why. U-boat scale model. I know somewhere there is a 1:48 scale U-boat, which is the same scale as the one we're doing on the part work, but it comes in model kit form. So you've got to paint it all and then glue it together. But it actually comes with clear acrylic hull pieces. So you can actually, it's got pieces of the hull cut away with a piece of acrylic over, and you can see inside. And in that element, it looks very similar to the U-boat from Hachette. The only thing it won't do is have all the moving pieces. But like I always say, once you've completed a part work and you've played with it and then you put it on the shelf, after about a month after completion, how often do you actually play with it? And I say play, I don't mean like pushing it along the carpet, wee, I'm a fire truck and stuff like that. But how often do you turn it? I mean, when's the last, you guys have completed the Route Master, how many times, when did you last switch it on? I know some of you will. But so in that element, could I save myself a lot of money and do the scale model version? If you really genuinely can't make scale models, then yeah, that's what it exists for. So Anfield Road says, thanks, let me on, paddles. See you in the next one, night all. Sorry, caps lock. David Bass says, night, Lee. Not me, David. Too much on at the moment and doing the DB5. Yeah, that's one that I'm finding hard to resist. I keep looking at it and then going, no. I'm not a car fan. Although saying that, I've done the Ecto 1, I've done the Fiat 126. But I think James Bond cars are a bit special, aren't they? They're not cars so much as they're features from James Bond movies. I'm guessing Building with the Boys would do that, would he? Because he likes part works and I know he's into his films. So I can't imagine him saying no to that. He might surprise me. The DB5 should be good. Are you going to be doing the shot up version? Yeah, see, now that would worry me. Would I end up buying two so I could do both versions? Lord Peter says, I love the trolls, make me smart. Yes, once you get to that point where you appreciate the trolls for the entertainment factor that they are, especially when they talk absolute drivel. And the ones that I really like is when they have an opinion, but they put it on to you as fact. And then just to emphasize that it's a fact, they go, and this is a fact, period. They don't put full stop, they write the word period. Like, oh, that's me told then.
What?
Crafty Chris says, you can do it, Natasha. Joshua says, I don't know how they can find anything bad to say. Oh, that's really nice of you. Listen, all I do is I put my best effort into my videos. Sometimes my videos come out better than others. Sometimes they're a load of crap, and sometimes I'll sit back and I'll go, wow, I thought that was and I'm my worst self-critic. So when I say my video is good, I think, oh, it must be pretty good because I'm saying, and I've had people come up to me and say they liked a particular video, and when I made it, I thought, I don't think that was my best work. So, but yeah, I mean, it's like what I say about Chris. I watch his channel because he does. I mean, look at him now. You can feel the passion he's got there. He's really enjoying himself, and that's what I like to watch in a YouTube video. You know, if you get a YouTuber who comes across because they just want to get their 1,000 subs and monetize their channel, and that's all they care about, that's not the sort of channel I want to watch. Lord Peter Webster, you are already a YouTuber, Tash. Just drop a short video introducing yourself first. Yeah. Why not make a video, Tash, upload it, then delete it? No, seriously. Seriously. You then made a video and then watch the video back, because no one will dislike the video more than you will. Right. Yeah. So if you watch it and you go, oh my God, that's awful, right, delete it. But then when you've watched it, don't just delete it. Give yourself a reason why you've deleted it. Oh, I didn't like that because I thought I ummed and ahed too much. So then you make another one with less ums and ahs in it. And then once you get to a video where you think, yeah, actually, I'd watch that, then you're ready to do videos. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah. People who post bad comments, we call them keyboard heroes. I've called them keyboard warriors. But yeah, I do love it when their comment, you can just imagine them going, da, 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 da. And, you know, and they're getting a hernia or something while they're doing it. I just think, building with the boys. I have someone that has emailed me once a week for nearly a year from multiple different email addresses. And it always just says, what is the point of view? Bothered me at first. Now it's weird. Yeah. Now I don't know. Is that a weird? Is that a? I don't know how I would deal with that. But I'd probably just hit the delete button. But I mean, I presume you don't hit the reply button. He's put in a lot of effort, and if he's emailing you from different email addresses, he's gone through all that trouble of setting up email addresses, and he's got nothing to show for it. Yeah. That is weird, isn't it? I mean, I can imagine some kid sitting there. He's got 250 emails. It takes him 20 minutes just to check all the inboxes because he has to keep checking the account. And he's like, oh, I still haven't got a reply back from Building with the Boy. Oh, so who's won there? Certainly not this kid with 1 million email addresses. Right. Oh, I've just lost where I am on the chat. I do apologize. There we go. Right. Lord Pete Webster. I get threats. Do you really? Wow. I get threats still from anonymous people telling me to buy them some random item or else. No. See, I couldn't. I mean, I say I couldn't ask for anything. I do have my Amazon wish list up. What I try to do with my Amazon wish list is I do have some expensive stuff on there, but I also have some very, very cheap stuff. And I will, if anybody bought me anything, the last person I remember to buy me something bought me some of these little kebab sticks, which I get through cocktail sticks and kebab sticks like nothing. And I'll be honest with you, I would appreciate someone buying me cocktail sticks as much as buying me a Border Models Lancaster, because I don't know your financial situation. You might have nothing. You might not have two brass halfpennies to rub together. And the fact that you've taken your time and trouble and a little bit of your cash to buy me some cocktail sticks, that means a lot to me. But I would never ask someone to buy me something. Apart from anything else, it's rude. Yeah. So I building with the boys. I build partworks for the journey, not the destination. Yeah, I can't be honest with you. A lot of these models and that, they don't do anything for me once I've built them. I'm looking at ways of getting rid of them but not in a getting rid of way. I'm going to have a chat with the London Transport Museum and see if they want to take on my Route Master on a permanent loan. And because they've actually got a number 11 Route Master in the museum, so maybe they would like my model next to it. I'm looking at in Norwich, the Norwich Library has got the 8th Air Force Museum, and many years ago it got burnt down. The whole library got burnt down. They built a new library and they've had to move, and they lost a lot of exhibits. But one thing that they've got is they have the odd little model of the Liberators. So I'm thinking about building a 1:48 scale Liberator in I think it's RAF Shipton colours, and donate that to, I might actually just donate it to them. It's yours. And then that way it solves that issue of what do you do with a model once it's finished. And let's face it, more people can get pleasure out of a model sitting in a museum than they will sitting on my shelf, because the only people who get to see my Terminator right now is you guys, if you look in the background. So yeah, it is the journey for me as well. Lord Peter Webster, lately I've had emails saying I'm showing off doing unboxing videos. That's not the reason at all. I actually like shopping hauls because I don't know what's coming out of that box, and that might be something that, you know, I could be sitting there going, if only there was some way I could do this. And suddenly Peter Webster does an unboxing and I'm like, yeah, I need that. So it's just sharing. This is why I do product reviews. I've started doing things that I found in Lidl's. I found some drill bits, and then there might be people out there, you know, they may not get down to their local Lidl's very often, and they see my video and go, yes, drill bits, I need drill bits. I'm thinking about doing a review on this. This is a drill. Well, actually, it's an electric file. This is actually used in the nail beauty, health and nail manicures and things. But it's actually fantastic because it's got variable speed, and it goes from 1000 RPM all the way up to 30,000 RPM. It goes forward and reverse, and it's this is how you load a bit up. You twist that, you pull the bit out, you put the new bit in, you twist it, it's in, and it fits Dremel bits, and it's cheaper than a Dremel. So you know, that's using things that aren't necessarily designed for our hobby. You know, you need to look at other people's hobbies, and I've lost where I am on the chat.
Did have a bit tonight though.
Right. Some people just have to be negative. Yeah, this is true. Dave Bassett, the Route Master build got me to know Sir Dave Say, Horlicks, and then Geordie Dave, Chris Davis, Mark's Mods. Then I started watching World of Wayne, John builds military model. Exactly. One thing's lead to another. You start watching one person's channel, and YouTube then says, have you seen this video? And then next thing you know, you've got a big old community of YouTube artwork builders.
Yeah, that's how I met you on it, Ben.
Well, yeah. Well, this is the thing. We Chris messaged me quite a bit to start with, and then it turns out that, I mean, I was living in Newport at the time, and Chris lives in Swansea, and I will just say this: public transport to his is a bloody nightmare. Basically, he's about 40 miles from my house at the time. It's about an hour's drive to his house, and I went round his one day to help him out, and never looked back. We've been really good friends ever since, and I love his dog.
Yeah.
Matt is the most wonderful thing ever, and I just hope he gets as much pleasure out of you than you do from him, and vice versa.
Yeah, exactly that.
Lord Peter Webster, I started YouTube at the start as a way of helping me overcome having a brain abscess and end up with brain damage. This is comments that I see so many times. I started crafting because I've got mental health issues, or I've got this injury, or and it's really helped me. And it's the same with me. It's yes, okay, in my situation, I mean, I suffer from depression and low self-esteem and a few other things, and it takes me longer to build, like, it takes me ages to build confidence up, and you've only got to say one wrong word and all of that's gone. That's one of my negatives, but it really does help me, and it takes my mind. I'll give you a really good example, right? I make it no secret, I hate working in Scotland. My depot, I hate the duties, I hate the routes. By the time you've done London, and it's all card, tap, tap. You don't. Sorry, bear with me for a sec.
How you getting on, Chris?
The end of the world, Tash. Look upside down there.
I'll just turn around and look at the TV because I can't look at my phone.
I'm on top of there.
Sorry, I do apologise for that. So obviously, where I have two cats, one is a female kitten and one is a adult male, and they play. And I think sometimes he forgets he's 3 times bigger than her, and I just occasionally hear her scream. So I do worry. I forget. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I was saying. Sorry, did I interrupt you then?
No, I was just seeing how well Chris was getting on.
Right.
But I have to look at the TV to see it because the phone's not facing me.
Right. Yeah. So when I do London, I do love London. The job's easier. The route's a bit horrible, but that's the way it is. Tapping people on is easy. You don't even have to look at them. Most of the customers don't even look at you, and all you do is drive. And then you come back to Scotland, and I really don't. I can't wait to go back to London. For some strange reason, I've worked 1 day overtime. Worked a day's overtime yesterday, and I got 2 chocolate bars off customers. A customer said to me, "I hope I get you on the journey home," and another customer said, I really wish there were more happy drivers like you." And do you know what? That's mostly down to YouTube, because I'm doing something productive with my private life. I'm not all work and sleep. And it's, I come into work. Oh, I've done really well. I've started making some scale models. They're ready to upload to YouTube. I'm caught up with most of my part works. I've got plans on how to get things done. Things are really coming together in my personal life, and it's spilling over into my work life. I'm such a happy person right now. Don't know how long I'll be happy for, but I'll enjoy it while it lasts. And I'm getting those comments back from the customers. And I did especially love they don't call them king size anymore, but it's like a king size Twix bar. That went down very well. When you're like, oh, I forgot to bring lunch, and it's a long time till lunchtime, and I'm going to just have to be hungry for the next 3 hours. And suddenly a customer goes, "Oh, you're lovely. Here, I have a chocolate bar." You're like, "Oh, thank you very much." There's a guy in Ardrossan. He always gives you a banana, a mini can of Coke, and you can buy these little cake things, and you buy them like 10 in a pack in Poundland, and they're like little sponge cakes, and he always gives them to drive. And when you see him come on, you're like, I'm sorted now. A little drink, a little banana, and a little bit of chocolate cake. So David Bassett, of course, you being a fellow Chairboy supporter helped. Well, yeah, it is quite funny, especially on the diamond painting streams. I know Mike doesn't particularly love football. And then suddenly David Bassett comes on, and suddenly I'm going to talk about Wycombe Wanderers, and I just can't help myself. And I'm going to do it now. What do you think of this season? because we had a really bad start to the season, and even I was thinking maybe we should change our manager, but there was that little bit where I'm thinking, well, no, every man deserves a chance. And although I don't think we're impressive this season, but we ain't in the bottom half of the table, are we? So yeah, that's. But David Bassett, he's such a nice guy. If he was the chairman, Wycombe would probably be in the lowest league right now, because we'd have a manager who's run his course and he's no longer very good, and David would just be, you're a nice guy, we'll give you another season. And I think if he was chairman, we would be bottom worst team in history, because he just wouldn't sack the manager. Building with the boys. My kids insisted on putting us on YouTube. I was dead against it, but I was so glad we did. Well, look how quickly your channel's grown. I'd like to make excuses for mine and say it's been a bit stop-start. I don't know if my channel is growing at an acceptable rate or if it's slow. I don't really know, and I don't really care. But, you know, your channel building is Scott, isn't it? Scott, your channel's grown very rapidly. And I think that's testament to, well, you got a lot of passion. And it's something I say, it's passion. David Bassett says, go on, Penny, go build another Route Master. But do a Dave say, yes. Now, this is very, very early days. I have seen, yeah, there we go. Look, how about a Reading mainline version or one of the Scottish ones? Kelvin Scottish had a really nice livery. I did see one. I can't remember the name of the company, but they were based in Dunfermline. But the negative side is that they are blue and yellow, and I can't think of two more horrific colours than blue or yellow on a bus. So, yeah. Lord Peter said, I have the full build of the model, Space Captain America Easy Rider. I saw that. I was doing the Harley at the time, so I kind of dismissed it because I didn't want to do another Harley. And the Nitro Hummer kits, the Hummer looked nice, but I don't know if I regret not doing the Easy Rider. Dominic says, my girlfriend, I have the kit that will be completed next March. Then she will put it in my card. Everything is still in the plastic pack. Oh, nice. So you've got a lot of building to do. The Easy Rider is the one I'm gutted I missed. Looked amazing. Oh, we've got different. Me and building with the boys disagree on something. Not totally gutted that I missed it, but I'm just not sure. But you've always got that what if. I'm getting that with the Bismarck. The Bismarck just really wasn't for me, and seeing people build it, I'm like, but I haven't missed it. No pun intended. I haven't missed the boat with Bismarck because that's an Agora model, so I can always pick that up anytime. It's quite a big build, 1:4 scale. I want to do the Spy Who Loved Me Lotus. Yeah, again, I'm getting drawn towards those James Bond cars. The Spy Who Loved Me, is that the White Lotus that went underwater? I'll be showing myself up now with my James Bond movies. Dominic says, I hear so many bad things. I'm dyslexic. There isn't much you can do about it. Well, you know, you can struggle along and do your best. I hope you don't mind me saying this, Chris. I've mentioned it a few times. Chris is actually registered blind. And when I first met him, I couldn't really imagine how he could have done. How can you do part works if you can't see? But he's actually a surprisingly good builder. You know, this is one of those things, you know, you'll see him on stream and he'll be looking very, very close. And you can see right now, you can see the top of his head. He has no choice. He needs to see very close. But, you know, he's found ways to get on with things. And I don't have much experience with dyslexia. Natasha, I know you've got some experience with people with dyslexia, haven't you? Natasha's gone. She's gone. See, she didn't think I'd notice if she slipped away. I'll tell her off when she comes back. But yeah, it's. I mean, look, I can't. Sorry, say again.
I'm back. Sorry, I
Yeah,
had to run
we
off.
didn't say anything about you, Natasha. While you were
Nah,
gone.
okay, I'll find out.
No, we were talking about. Can I use the word disabilities? Blindness, dyslexia. I don't
Yeah.
know. I listen. There's so many words you can't say anymore. You know, my sister apparently she's a scope now because you're not allowed to say spastic anymore. This is our joke that we have. She still calls herself that, and I say no, you're not allowed to say that. You're a scope now, and because obviously there's the charity that changed its name to Scope. So I say, you're a scope now. And we have a bit of a laugh about it. And she's like, well, if I want to call myself a spastic, I will call myself a spastic. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. But I'm not going to because I don't like getting in trouble. But yeah, I don't know what you can and can't say anymore. I just come out and say it and I go, if it's the wrong word, I'm sorry. Like Lord Peter Webster, I have the professional version of one of those foot pedal operated, and I have a USB powered file permanently plugged in. I use all the time, even though I have 4 Dremel kits, cordless and mains. Do you know what? I haven't even looked at it properly. When I worked with Flixbus, one of the drivers I worked with, he just comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, you do models, don't you?" And I go, yeah. Because when someone says something like that, it usually means, could you do a job for me? And I'm probably not going to pay you for it. And it's going to take you absolutely ages. And I'll expect you to say yes. But he said to me, he goes, look, my wife's father or uncle recently passed away. And he was really serious into models. He used to make, he's a bit closer to Peter Webster than me. And he said he had all these tools and we don't really want to throw them out. We wanted to find someone that would appreciate them. And would you like them? I said, well, I'll have a look. Now I've had a very, very quick look. It's in one of those big, you know, the big boxes that supermarkets get, the plastic ones. It's about this wide and it's very heavy. And I've noticed that there's a mini drill and drill press in there. And there's a little mini, like a table saw, but hobby sized. And there's some really nice tools in there. And you can see that they're quite old. They've obviously been sat in his shed. And I can just imagine every Sunday afternoon, he's probably gone in his shed and he's making a ship or he's doing a repair on something or he's finding something to do. And he's probably doing a bloody good job on it. And, you know, I'm going to have to respect and use those tools properly. But I can't really say anything about them because I've not really looked at them. And, you know, there's all sorts of stuff. So I want to have a little look at them. And maybe I'll do a little video about them. Lord Peter Webster, we love you as who you are. And that's Penny. End of story. Nothing else matters to your real friends. I totally agree. It's people are who they are, you know. Building with the boys has now become Scott to me because he's now been involved in my channel. I felt I'm a little bit closer to him. He is Scott. He's no longer building with the boys. He's become Scott. If that come out the wrong way, it was not meant that way. Smith Speeds, football, politics and religion. I tried to keep politics and religion out. I feel quite strongly about my religion, and I know that people feel quite strong about theirs, and they feel quite strong about being atheists. So it's one of the biggest argument makers going, and the same with politics. I probably don't vote for the same political party as you, and that's fine. You vote for who you think is the best. And football, I'm sorry, I do mention football, but I know it's for some strange reason most of my viewers don't like football. I mean, like take Chris, he obviously doesn't like football, otherwise he wouldn't be a Swansea fan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no response to that one.
Yeah.
Dave, have you got a team, Natasha? Would you support Morecambe, I suppose?
Nah.
No. Well, if Morecambe's your local team, I can see why you're not a football fan.
They're rubbish.
No, they're
They're rubbish.
going through a phase at the moment.
Yeah,
There is.
but it's not my hometown, so I don't support them.
Okay, I forget your home. Oh God, yeah, your home team would be Norwich, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Because I always say I support 3 football teams. Wycombe Wanderers always number 1. My second team is wherever I'm living or staying, so that will flip between Celtic and West Ham, because that's where I live. I think geographically, I'm either closer to Celtic or Hamilton Academical, but I kind of take the easy option. I go for East Kilbride. They play in the Lowland League, and they're a really good team actually for that league. West Ham are the local team where I work in London, and my third team is whoever plays against Norwich, and I'm happy with that. Sprue and Glue says thumbs up, Pete. Sorry, I just cut you off there, didn't I, Natasha?
I do that same with my sister's team. I support anyone who's against her team, just to annoy her.
Well, it's like the Scottish attitude. They support Scotland first, and their second team is whoever's playing against England.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Welcome back, Dave. And Joshua says, ever been to St. Helens, Penny? No, I've never been to St. Helens, but I've heard of them. When I was a kid, they were a top rugby team. And I knew a girl at school who supported them. And I'm like, who are St. Helens? And she told me all about them, and quite a bit of passion. I kind of look out for them because the way she described them, they sound like a really good team. But that's all I really know about them. I'm not even into rugby. The only time you will catch me watching rugby is during the Six Nations, and I'm not watching the rugby. I'm watching the referee, because I see these big muscly men that look like they'll rip your teeth out. And then the referee, this little scrawny referee, he'll run in, he'll go, well, that's it, right? Yeah, do as I tell you. And these big blokes with cauliflower ears and no teeth left, they'll go, right, okay, no problems. I'll do as you say, boss. And that's why I quite like it. And I like listening. And sometimes you get these referees that give quirks back. There was one where there was a rugby match being played on a football pitch, and they had this rugby match. And the next week was meant to be another football match, whoever's team it was were playing. And this rugby player had took a dive. And this referee just went up to him and went, right, we'll have none of that. If you want to start diving, you can come back next week when there's a football match on. And I just thought that was really funny. Right, Sprue and Glue says, thank you, Lord Peter. Building with the boys. I'm going to say good night, everyone. I have to go to bed before I turn back into a pumpkin at midnight. Great stream, Penny. See you all soon. I don't know if you're still here or if you'll catch us later on, but it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure having you on our comments. Yeah. Lord Peter Webster, I'm registered. No, either I've got a poltergeist or I've got a little kitten underneath my shelf. I'm registered blind after the brain abscess crushed my optic nerve. That's why I lost my license. That's a shame, but I'm sure you're just the sort of person, you just get on with it, don't you? When life gives you a bad hand in a bad cards hand, whatever it is, bad hand, they deal you a bad hand. You can either sit there going, oh, life's not fair, or you can just get on with it. Yeah. Sprue and Glue, there are now only 3 kits I would love to own, so you cannot leave that there. You need to tell us what those 3 kits are. In case you didn't see my unboxing yesterday, I bought 3 mystery boxes, and the first box was the £75 Airfix box, which I got cheaper because I'm a club member. I was actually quite surprised. I thought I did okay out of it, as in, do I like the kits? I was very disappointed that they put that in, because that's a club exclusive kit. And if I'd have known that you could get a club exclusive kit by buying the mystery box, I wouldn't have joined the member thing. But I also got this, which is a lovely kit that I did have on my wish list for the future. and now I own it. The reason I didn't buy it sooner is it's 1:72 scale. I'm more into 1:48, but that is currently bigger than any of the 48 scale kits. And we looked at the quality of the sprues and that, and I don't know how it's going to turn out because I haven't received the 2 other boxes yet from Tomcat as discount kits. But I did like the Airfix box overall. I don't think I got awesome value for money, especially when you can. I did a bit more work on it this morning, and I did write my results down, and now I can't find the results. Here we are. So cost of the box, £67.5, discounted because I'm a club member. There were 4 kits. There's 2 kits that I would have bought, which is the Vulcan and the Tiger Moth. But actually, they were all 4 kits I liked. The value of the box is £120, according to Airfix, but I could have bought them from £89.36 if I'd got them through Scale Model Shop. But just the 2 kits that I would have bought have a value of £66.58. So as far as I'm concerned, I saved £22.78 on the box, but I'm actually 91 pence worse off with the kits that I would have bought. So whether you consider that a good box or a bad box, but I think that's all right, so I look forward to, I'll let you into a little secret. Tomcat as discount kits has said, yeah, I'm pretty much sure I can knock the socks off the Airfix box. So we'll see. It should be arriving tomorrow. Lord Peter Webster, I'm looking for a mini lathe at the moment. Right. Mr. Webster, how are you with making things? Because I have found a channel and some videos, and he makes his own tools. He's made a mini lathe. He's made all sorts. But do you know what? I might be able to pass it back. If there's something in... I had a mini lathe. I did have a mini lathe. I don't know what's happened to it. I'll see if I can find you one, because I would love to pass back to you, Peter, because you do so many good things for other YouTubers and other people. It'd be really nice if one of us could do something back for you. David Bassett, totally unique, Penny. Which ones are those, Dave? There you go. Look, you need to tell us.
Oh.
Women's football can teach men's football something. Well, listen, I'll be absolutely honest. Women's football can teach men's football something, and men's football can teach women's football something. I'll be absolutely fair and honest there. They're 2 completely different sports.
Yeah, I know.
So, High Spoon Glue, Night Scott, take care. Rebels oil rig, that I do not know about, so I'll definitely have a look at that. Rebels shuttle launch tower with crawler, that sounds good. An ATM C3PO. Now I'm looking for a good C3PO model. And one kit, I want to do the Apollo, is it the Apollo 11? That it's really big, it's over a meter tall. I'd like to do that. But yeah, they look... Oil rig, that does actually sound pretty amazing. I especially like interesting different things. Oh, hang on.
Oh, I didn't want this bag already.
The North Cormorant oil platform kit review 1 to 200 scale. That, yeah, I've got to show you this, guys. I know it's not very big. There you go. That's about as big as I can get it. Is that the one you meant? That looks pretty special, actually. There was one I saw ages ago that really caught my interest, which is it's a tanker ship. You know, the ships that take the tankers. When I'm on the road, I see these trucks all day long bringing these containers, the shipping containers. But this is a ship that actually, and I'm looking at it, and it's like all these. Obviously, all the containers are different colours, and they're different stages of wear and tear, and some are really rusty, and some are pristine, and that kind of caught my interest. Spoon Glue, hi Dom. Nice kits there, Dave. Nice big kits, Dave. And childhood memories, Pete. So there you go. Right, guys, I need to take a 2-minute break if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Are you two capable of holding? I've done nothing but talk all night.
I'm fine. I'll just
And
go
drink
some more sections of my picture.
Right, so I'm going to hit the mute button. I'm going to disappear for about 2 minutes. Actually, I'm going to make that 3 minutes. I might as well make myself another cup of coffee.
Hey, Pen, I'll have one at the same time if you do want one.
What's that?
I'll have a coffee as well if you want.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. I'll stick it in the post and in a waterproof container. It's nice coffee, you know. I'm very posh now. I have the very expensive Dowie Egberts.
Yeah, what are that was it?
Well, what it is I used to drink Tesco Gold. It's nice coffee. I like it. I think it tastes as good as Nescafe Gold Blend. But I've really reduced my coffee intake lately. I think I'm just taking too much caffeine in. I'm getting dehydrated. And now I just have a couple of coffees and then I'm away from home 6 weeks out of 10. So I could probably buy coffee that's twice as expensive and it still works out cheaper in the amount of money I spend on coffee. And I do. Dowie Egberts used to be a treat for me. And I do really like it, but I can now afford. Well, I could have before, but you know, because I'm not drinking as much coffee, why not have a nicer cup when you do drink it? But then saying that, I might have a decaf. I don't know. I've got a problem, guys. I really want to go to the toilet, but this little cat decided to get all snuggly with me, and it's such a lovely thing when she does that, and you don't want it to stop.
Yeah.
You have to. You'll probably find if I get up for more than 2 seconds, there's usually a cat on the chair, and then if I get up for more, pardon?
Is it normally shadow?
It depends on who's closest, but give it 30 seconds. It's usually time for both of them to get on. Yeah. Right, back in a sec.
Okay.
Gracias. Oh God, that's done an all day out of.
You're doing well there, Chris.
I literally finished the second tonight's bag. Like I've got 2 left. Like I did 1 bag yesterday. I done the second bag today.
Yeah, you're doing well though.
Yeah, she is. Might get a drink now in a minute.
I gave up how many I've done.
Well, bags.
No, on my picture because I ain't got really many bags open.
Yeah.
Left to use because they're all mainly open now.
Think about the old bag now, you.
Hey,
The old bag.
I ain't got no bags.
Yeah, the old bag. I said. Do you get it? Yeah. I gotta grab a drink in a minute, guys. It's warm here. Do you notice? I noticed the nights are dropping now. The temperature.
I've noticed the temperature's starting to drop. Yeah, it's doing that here, but it's still warm in the day.
And that's what I've done tonight, right? The 1 bag I done.
It's easier to sleep at night now, though, isn't it?
Look how much I've done. Yeah. Yeah. That's today's bag and yesterday's bag joint on now.
Wow.
Yeah, the 3865s. So then, yeah, might need a bit of touching up, moving them slightly because there's some of them out of place, but that's good.
It looks good. You've done well on it, Chris, I must admit.
Yeah, I am going to take a break off that because it's still good of me looking at it just so long.
What the bloody hell is she doing?
Oh,
Benny?
lost in France. Yeah. Well,
It's a good job the camera's not facing me because I'll be laughing.
what was I said?
It's a big yellow box, man. Look when you...
Aye. Oh, what's this? Somebody wants to buy it. What's? Yeah, we'll get the pen to read the comments. So look, yeah. Oh, I don't know what about tonight. I think I'm going to call that a break.
Yeah, give yourself a break. You know, you can take breaks in between.
Have a Kit Kat.
Yeah, have a break, have a Kit Kat, have a coffee, have a tea, whatever it is, isn't it?
Have a cheeseburger, more like.
Cheeseburger. I need a coffee and all.
I need a second toilet because my lodger's in the shower at the moment.
Yeah. Guys, if anyone's new to the channel or haven't seen my channel before, that's mine.
Yeah, chuck a link into your channel, Chris.
I should have on screen for that.
Yeah, no, we'll do better than that, Chris. We're semi-professional here.
Right. Hey, Pen, I've done one bag tonight.
Nice.
And
I want to know what's in that yellow box.
Well, that's what I'm going to show you.
And that's how far I've got now.
I'm sorry, but I was laughing how you was trying to lift that onto the
Oh,
table.
honestly, it's really heavy. And I was going to balance it on the arm of the chairs,
Yeah.
but it looked like it might slip, and there was a little kitten underneath. And I thought, if that slips, she's not going to stand a chance. Right, guys, in the chat is Chris Davis's Chris Davis World link. Give his channel a look. I'm not going to be one of these people that say go over and subscribe. What I'm going to say is take a look, and if you think that's the sort of channel you'll like, then subscribe. Because let's face it, you know, I could probably get, how many people are watching at the moment? 6 people watching. I could probably get you 6 subs and go subscribe now. If they're not going to watch the channel, you know, it's a waste of everyone's time. Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to try and get him out of the shower. Bear with me a sec.
I'm going to get a glass of water. Excuse me. Yeah, guys, this is how much I've done tonight as well, because it was less than that last night. If you look on my channel, you can see how much I've done tonight, which is get longer.
Nice. I'm just swapping things around.
Swapping things? What things are you swapping around?
My bloody camera.
Yeah. I'm going to get a drink and then I'll be back.
No problem. I'm lonely.
Oh, that song by Akon, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 minutes, guys. I'll be back. Can I grab a glass of water and get Yeah. 2 seconds.
1, 2. Right. I ain't got much left on this picture, but I've got to twist you around. Because I've done quite a bit tonight. There you go. I think I was here somewhere tonight. And I've just got that done. And I've only got that bit and whatever's under there.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Nice.
Get
Right,
there.
who wants to see what's in the box?
Hey, what kind of box are you looking at?
You're very rude. That's what you right, let's do a quick child memories. Right, white with white with 1 and 2 biggies. Do you know what? Actually, do you know what? This might make you laugh. I went down to shop to get coffee, and while I was down there, I can never come away from a shop with one thing. And I saw a tin of hot dog sausages. Like, do you know what? I've not had hot dogs in ages. And so I picked up some hot dog buns as well, which then started a conversation with the shop assistant. I said, why do you get 8 buns? So why do you get 6 buns? You get eight hot dogs in a tin. Why does that always happen? But I also bought, I do like the odd Mr. Kipling cake.
Oh, nice.
I do like these. And they were in the kitchen, and V picked them up, and he says, oh, I said, you can't have them. If you touch them, I'll have to evict you. And then, he goes, I said, look, I'll let you have. I said, you'll have to have 2. He says, why 2? I said, well, because they're wrapped up in 2. So you got to have 2 or 4. And he says, well, can I have 3? And I went, no. I said, you've got to open the packet up. And he went, no, 3 packets. I'm like, no. I said, you will be evicted for that. But yeah, but he knew, so he knew I was having hot dog sausages. He come through later on, and he says, oh, I've made some chicken. Do you want some? Now, he's Kosovan, and his English is like 90% perfect, but he's got this Kosovan accent. And he said, oh, do you want some chicken? I said, no. I said, I've just had hot dogs. And he said to me in this thick Kosovan accent, do you know how long it took me to make that? And then walks off. And I just thought that was really funny. Right. I only 2, Dave. Try a packet full. And then laughing. A little often, Chris, no need to rush. So there's Chris's link. And Dominic, what's in the box? Right, so I'm going to tease you now. Well, I think we know what's in it, but I have this little IBS problem. So sometimes I need to go to the toilet twice. So I'm going to be back in another minute, guys. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to. Who should I put in charge of the show? Natasha?
Yeah.
Or Chris? It's lesser of 2 evils here, isn't it?
Yeah, this first, isn't it?
Right.
We just need you in here because then we can do what we did off the stream that time.
I'll tell you what, I don't trust you now. I'm going to take my phone with me to the toilet. YouTube, your channel. Right, I feel safe to leave you now. I'll see you shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I need Shadow in charge.
All of you thousand as first should be right.
Nah.
Do you know
Both
why?
in charge.
Do you know why we put you in charge? So you could have a game of bingo then. No, not really. I don't really playing that in the castle bingo like. Because you've got the machines in it.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind doing that because it's easier for me then, yeah.
What are you up to tomorrow?
Don't know yet.
Well, I'm out tomorrow from 12 o'clock. I'm gallivanting, but I can't remember where.
Yeah. At least we've got that. Yeah,
I'm
that's
going
what we do.
somewhere, but I can't even remember where it is.
Off your head.
Yeah, I already am. 24/7, I'm off my head.
Yeah.
Mike's fault.
Yeah, it always is, isn't it?
Yep. Can't blame myself, so I've got to blame someone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm literally out. Literally out, Penny.
On the trotters.
Yeah.
Hi ho, is off, out we go. Maybe a poker sticking in there, yeah. No.
I can't even
Oh, it's
remember.
mental.
I'd have to look in my messages to find what that place is. I'm going to do it. I just got to find the person.
I always would put you into you know them places where you can feel like you're skydiving.
Oh no, sod that. I ain't going on no bloody jumping out no plane.
No, I mean in the building.
I'll just jump off the bed, innit? So
Yeah.
Right, guys, do you want to see what's in the box? So, as I
Yeah.
said before,
well, it's not me.
this is a guy I worked with's wife's father or uncle or something. He was a big modeler, and I did have a quick look, but he has got, I don't even know what half of this is. So we've got some tools in there. They're well used. They are very well used.
Did that box get sent to you, Ben?
Say that again.
Did you get that box sent to you by courier or something?
No. He just brought it into work one day. It was we do double man driving, and
Dominic.
we work together on one shift. I've just seen these grinding stones. Now, I'm assuming they both started off the same. So they're definitely well used, aren't they? I like that. Yeah, so this one's mostly, there's a nice little file there. See, these are all, I think that's a bit too big for me. That rivet tool?
And also, nothing to that comment.
I don't know what was funny.
It's Chris's head.
That looks like a rivet tool to me, but that looks really big for the scale that I'm doing. So maybe that's for something else. But this is mostly bits. This looks like drill bits for grinding, and we've got Allen keys, and we've got a scalpel blade.
Nice.
Well, yeah, some nice little files, some nice little tools here, actually. Get some really nice, what do you call them, needle files. They're nice. They're quality. Like, they've got the nice wooden handles. I don't think you get many of them, do you? Smith Speed says Penny the kids are playing up. Yeah, they always do. I don't know why I have them in the stream. Mini craft tools.
Yeah.
I don't think that lid was originally designed for that tin, but it obviously works.
Yeah.
So this is spanners, and look at that.
What's that, Ben?
That is for so I've seen them big, like when you're making, like, carpenters use them, and what you do is you put that on the edge of something, and then you can draw a line.
Oh, so that's square.
Please, yeah. But you can then change the angle.
Oh, cool.
So if you want a 45-degree angle, you change it to there, and that'll give you a 45-degree. Lathe guide. All right, okay, there you go then. See, I told you I don't know. I feel terrible because these obviously came from a serious modeler, far more serious than I'll ever be. But yeah, so I wonder what's coming next. Looks like we've got another one. We've got some spanners. Now, these to me, they look like not spanners for nuts. They look like, for example, if you're changing a blade on a cutting wheel. And you usually have like a bolt behind and one at the front, and you use the two to take it off. We've got some. We've got some spare sanding discs.
Nice.
Do you know what? I'm really the wrong person to do an unboxing on these, because look, we've got some. This has obviously been hand cut, so this guy knows what he's doing. Rather than going out and buying sanding discs, he's gone out and bought sandpaper and made his own, which is better. If you're prepared to put a bit of work in, it's probably the better way to do it.
And a cheaper way.
Pardon?
And a cheaper way as well.
Well, yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you can make everything,
Mhm.
then yeah, I mean, even if he had the money to go out and buy like top of the range equipment, why spend the money just because you can? That I don't know. Oh, it's no. There's a is that something to do with the lathe? Because that's got a pointy bit on the end. Normally, what you do is you put, like, if you got a bit of wood. Why are you laughing, Natasha?
I don't know.
So you'll put the bit in there, and then you on this side you'll have a bit that holds it, and you screw that bit in. I don't know. I really don't know. I think I need to give this to someone. This looks like some kind of cutting tool. What would you use this for?
No idea.
Or would it be like a sanding tool, or has it
No,
actually got a
it's
knife
got a
in there?
little tiny blade on the end there.
Ah,
So
didn't see that.
no, I see. I don't know because yeah, I'm really am the wrong person to give all this stuff to.
Well, not necessarily, because you never know when you're going to use
Well,
it.
I'll have to learn how to use it. Now this has got a motor on. There we go.
Oh, there's really cool.
And I bet you that's a lot better than the one that I had.
What's that, Vice?
It's a table saw, but miniature.
Oh,
Craft saw.
cool. That's wicked. I like that.
Yeah, and it looks like there's two of them.
Cool.
And this one's got the little what do you call it, a fence on it. So you set this for, let's say you want something cut to 19 millimeters. You screw that in there very
Awesome.
carefully. And now when you put a bit of wood through there, that'll be 19 millimeters or whatever you set it for. And it's got
Cool.
this little double. So two miniature table saws.
I like them, yeah. Never seen them
Yeah.
before.
Well, I've seen them before, but the one that I bought, let's just say it wasn't made in the US or England.
Aye. Yeah.
This looks like a mini drill, Dremel-y type thing. I'm sure you got Dremel bits in there because it looks like the way you hold it, you can use it as a drill. Am I totally off court here? Obviously, it depends on the bit that you put in. So that's good. We have got, that looks like another craft saw or decoping saw, but that hasn't got a bit in it. This looks like the power pack. Oh, look, it's got 3 plugs in it, so you can operate 3 of them. This is old good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got a little, is that speed or power? Dremel type tool, yeah. I bet you this is the original Dremel. I bet you Dremel probably copied their idea off this. Because I can see that if you use a Dremel as a drill, you can see it's not so stable, is it? Whereas if you're holding it like that, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
And it's got, oh, that's good. It's not actually got a proper on-off switch. It's got a, oh, I don't know, maybe that switch is broken. But you can hold the button down. As soon as you let go, it's going to stop.
Yeah.
So that's quite good. And then this I like. That looks like a something. I'm going to, oh, look. That would be, would that be for, no. If you can put a drill bit in there, you can put that on the side of the table. And then follow the edge. I don't know. The brand is Minicraft. This is definitely going to get some use. Really, definitely going to get some use. That table saw is going to get some use as well because I have a plan.
Awesome.
So
That's your ideas.
this is a drill press. Quite how there we go. So it's, you obviously put it down manually. So you put your bit in there and then switch it on and then you drill. So that holds that at exactly 90-degree angle. I don't know what this on the end is. It's got like a, Magnety thing. That's not a magnet. I don't know. But that is going to be extremely useful. Plunge drill. There we go. I will definitely use this because I've got a plan. I'm going to be making some bases for ships and possibly aircraft. What my theory is to buy some acrylic rod because it's clear. When I make a ship, I'll drill 2 holes in the hull. I'll then glue inside the hull. I will I'll glue a washer and then a nut, and then in the base I'll have 2 bits of wood, one with a little like a 3 or 4 mil hole, and the one underneath will just have a big hole in it, which I'll glue those 2 bits of wood together, and then I'll get some acrylic rod. I've got my new tap and die set, so I'll cut some threads into the acrylic rod, and then you can screw the rod into the ships, push that into the base, and then tighten it up with a wing nut.
Yeah.
And so obviously I'm going to need to be able to drill holes in the wood at exactly 90 degrees. And I'm also going to be cutting the acrylic rod. So the mini table saw and the plunge drill will definitely get used. There are some other bits. Oh, so we've got the extension for the Dremel style tool. This is the little bendy extension. So I think jewelers use this for when they're polishing things because you can get much more precise work with it. And then we've even got a car adapter for it.
That's cool.
So I could take this on the road and I'm in the back of the car. I'm stuck in traffic on the M25. I'll just get my tools out. I'll do a bit of modeling. And then there's this big plate. Is that to make the table saw bigger?
Probably.
So well used, definitely been kept in the shed. I don't know what that brown lump is. I hope it's chocolate. I really do hope that's chocolate. But yeah. Engraving set, small drills. Oh, yes. So there's a plunge router in here somewhere because there's some router bits. So that means that the wood that I buy, I think he's made that box. I think that's a scratch built box. I think that's come from some, that curtains, the stuff that you use, you put it on the wall and you put all your cables through it.
Oh, the trunction.
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
Yeah.
And I think that has been modified to make that into a slide box. Now that is a proper crafter. He's not only making things, but now he's made, rather than go out and buy a box, look, he's made a box to put the bits in.
That's awesome.
That's a proper crafter. And then he's engraved what the bits are. And I can tell from the writing he's an old man. I can just see from the writing. It's let me show you.
Yeah.
That's an older. Do you know what? I'm really frightened that I won't do this any justice. We've got another box in here. We've got another 2 boxes.
Okay.
So that's a handmade box. Very, very fit for purpose. This has got drill bits and it's got hacksaw. Well, I'm going to call them hacksaw blades, but they're not hacksaw blades.
Yeah, no hacksaw
blades. And then this one contains cutting discs and Dremel ends. I'm going to call them Dremel ends, but these are the ends you put in the end of a Dremel.
Yeah,
I have done very well here, I think, but I'm just frightened of it. It's even got a penny in it.
Well, it's got you in it, is it?
No, it's got a 1987 1p piece. So we've got more bits. They look like grinding bits. I actually recognize these from Nails. I can't open the box. Yeah, these will grind away very, very quickly. Carbide burrs. There we go. I think you were ahead of me there. Yeah. So, yeah, I might have a little chat with you, Peter Webster, about this because, oh, we've got some cutting discs and these look very dangerous. These are obviously for the little mini table saw.
Yeah.
So I might need to spend a bit of time with Mr. Lord Peter Webster, and then he can help me. Because the way I see it, we've got 2 table saws here. I don't need 2, do I? So would you like one, Peter? It'll be this one, but if you want it, you're more than welcome to have it, because I don't need 2. And if I know someone's using it properly, then I have no issues with giving one away. And I can't think of many. I can even drill this to the table. It's got holes in the bottom. So this is, I don't know if you can get this anymore. I don't know if this was even any good. There might be a better one out there. But it looks like it's good. Very, very good. But I don't know what's like this. How do you use this? It's, how is that? I don't know. Is that something to do with the lathe? I don't know. How would you use it? I think I need help from someone who knows what they're talking about. Someone who can help me use it properly. But I feel rather honoured. I mean, I know that the guy gave them to me because he knows I do crafting and hobbies and stuff, but I don't know if he knows how much more advanced this stuff is than I am. But then everybody was useless at the stuff they're good at now at some point, weren't they?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to embarrass myself now, and I'm going to take this back out again. It's a man item stretcher. Well, in that case, I don't really need it, do I? Because let's face it, the amount of emails I get for penis enlargement, you know, that do make when I get penis enlargement and there are girls in your area, and I'm like, good for them.
Oh, yeah.
Right, 2 secs, guys.
No, I don't know what to say to that.
I'm just laughing. I've been holding my laughs from a few comments.
Yeah, I've seen this film myself.
And it's been really hard.
Yeah, I read a couple of myself. Like, what kind of stream is this? Like,
Yeah, I remember when I was giving them, because he said to me, oh, I've got a few tools. And then when he pulls that box out, I'm like, excuse me, a few tools? And then he says, yeah, he goes, open your boot up. I'll put them in your car for you because they're rather heavy. And I went, hang on, I still haven't got over the fact that you said it's a, you know, a few tools. I said, you got a workshop in there. And I just have a little look. And at first glance, they just look like old tools. And I got them in the house today. And I had a very quick look. And I did see the drill press. And I just went, oh, I'll get some use out of that. There are apparently ways that you can set things up so that you guarantee an exact 90-degree plunge. But obviously having a proper drill press is a lot easier than making something up, isn't it? So, yes, I know Eddie won't be watching. I doubt he'll be watching, but thank you very much. I promise you I will put them to as much good use as I can. And if I can't put them to good use, I will give them to somebody who will, which is why I'm chatting to you. Yeah, right. So this comment, I agree with this. The old ones are the best. They stand the test of time. My granddad used to say the old tools were the best. When I first started catering, I was working with a chef. He'd been in the trade for donkey's years, and he had an old chef's knife. Now it started life that big, and it was about that big. And he said that was actually his father's knife, and it just where it had been sharpened so many times. I mean, he says, if you get a good tool, I mean, you know, they say like a bad workman blames his tools, right? That's not strictly 100%. You know, a good tool is better than a bad tool. But also, if you don't look after it, you might as well just get a load of crap. Because if I had a really good tool, I could break that quicker than someone can use a new tool. But
Yeah.
I do think the old tools are better, and they have to be looked after. So I'll see what I can do with those. See if we can have some adventure and fun with them. But I'll definitely use them for the acrylic rods. And I'll be using the drill press for drilling holes in wood to make the stands, because I think that's the way I'm going to go. I might, and also, like, if I put, say, that on a stand that big, I could put another plane on a stand that big, which then means I can stack them on the shelves a little bit better. We got one low, one high, one low, and I could pack in twice as many things on the shelf. And the ships I'd like to just put onto little, and obviously with those router bits, I could now buy a square piece of wood. And I mean, what's the difference in price between square wood and wood that's, you know, like you can buy skirting board, can't you? And it's all been routed on one side, so it looks nice. What's the difference between a piece of that and a piece of square wood? It must be cheaper for the square wood. And then you get your router blade and you just do it yourself, and all that money you'll save. And if you buy square wood, well, I don't need to buy wood. All I got to do is go on to Gumtree and put in the word pallets, and then pick up, strip the pallets down, give them a sand to make sure they're nice and flat, cut them to length and width, because I got me mini saw now, haven't I? A mini table saw. So I'll cut them to width and length, give them a sand, stick a router around it. Got myself a quick and easy base.
Yeah, awesome.
Bit of wood stain on there, bit of varnish. Hello, cuddly cat. What are you after? She loves me, because I'll tell you a funny story. So I've taught V how to feed the cats, when to feed them and what to feed them. Now, when I'm home, obviously I will do all of that. So V's been feeding them for the last 3 weeks while I've been away. Suddenly I come home, and the first thing I do is I feed them in the mornings. Now I get up before V. Once they've had breakfast, Shadow goes and sits by his room, and as soon as V gets up, he's begging for breakfast. And I'm like, V, don't believe him, he's been fed. And he's like, pretend, oh no, I haven't been fed, I'm very hungry, I need breakfast, please, if you don't mind. So but this one is very cuddly today, right now. I don't know why, but I'm enjoying it. I never turn away cuddles. Right, so all in fun, peeps. Dominique says, I know what the parts are for. The old ones are the best. I still have a 1961 Black & Decker drills, outlasted most of my new stock at will. Not just because it's better though, it's, if you use it right, it will. I mean, I've got a lovely set of drill bits for an Archimedes drill or hand drill or whatever they call them, you know, the little one twisty one. And I broke one of the drill bits, and I know why I broke it. It's because I went in a little bit too quick and heavy, and it wasn't designed for that. And it's a little bit disappointing because it was a better set of drill bits. You can't buy them individually, so I've got to buy a whole set now just to replace the one. But you know, it's a learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dominic says, I'm going to see you again in the next stream. Take care. Lord Peter Webster says, bye, Dom. Take care, buddy. And did any of you go to Chatsworth Festival this year? Now, remind me what the Chatsworth Festival is, because you have a festival for this, you have a festival for that. Is it a music festival? Is it cars, planes, or whatever? This is just me being too lazy to Google it. Chatsworth, is that not very posh? Chatsworth House.
Can't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Could well be.
Chatsworth. Isn't that royalty? Chatsworth House. Isn't that a palace? There we go. I'm a power tool and machine warranty repair tech by trade, and my hobby restoring old tools. Right, lovely. I'm going to give you a couple of these tools then, Peter, because I know that they will have a much happier life with you than they will with me, especially if I've got two of the same thing. That's pointless, isn't it? Joshua, it has a bit of everything: classic cars, World War stuff, arts and crafts, loads of stalls. It is held in the fields of Chatsworth House. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think Chatsworth House. I'm thinking along the lines of that's where the Queen's mother was born. Would I be right there? Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who died at the age of 100. Anyway, the Queen's mum.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But if you remember, you'll have to bring that up, because I can't get out to places very often, because most of these shows and things are weekends. And A, I drive buses, so I don't get a lot of weekends off. And B, when I do, like if I'm traveling, every couple of weeks I'm traveling by train on Sunday. When I went to the Scottish National, oh, Jesus Christ, this flu jab, they weren't wrong. They said
No, it hurts.
I might have a sore arm for a couple of days, and she ain't wrong. I feel like.
Does it feel warm there?
No. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it feels warm in that spot.
It feels like I've slept funny on my arm.
Yeah.
And it hurts. Yeah. It is. It's inconvenient rather than, unbearable. But yeah, when I just did that, I'm like, oh, that hurt.
You might notice it when you're in bed tonight.
Yeah. Does that mean I have to sleep like this?
Yeah, try it when you've got one of each in both arms.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, when I went to Scottish National Thingy Bobby Scale Model Show, it was a Saturday and a Sunday, so I went on a Saturday, and then I jumped on it. It just happened to fall on my holiday, so that must have been 20 weeks ago. Jeez Christ, that's nearly 6 months. Missy, I'm going to cut your nails because you are lethal. You have 10 little razor blades on the end of your paws, and you're not frightened to use them, are you? I wish you could see this, guys. She's just sitting on my lap. Well, she's actually on my legs, just below my lap. So get some ice on your arm, Petty. Peter, I'm a woman. I'll just get on with it, So I said to the nurse at the flu jab place, I said, I don't really know if I've had flu. I said, I pretty much have the attitude of I ain't really got time to be ill, and I just get on with things. And this nurse just looked at me and went, yeah. I mean, I guess with the nurses, it's a bit different. If you've got something contagious, can you actually have this? Oh, I need to get on with things attitude. You're going to infect thousands of ill people. Right, you guys would love it. Be right up your alley. It sounds like we all would, because looking at this comment here, bit of everything. If you're not into classic cars, you might be into World War stuff, or you might go there for the arts and crafts. Stalls are always good. Funnily enough, when I went to the RAF museum, I went for the aeroplanes. I ain't going to lie to you. I went to take pictures of aeroplanes. And then all of a sudden, I got hit with things that weren't aeroplanes, but were RAF related. The RAF regiment trucks and the police motorbikes. And the tools, they got a Typhoon made up of all the tools that different trades use. So like the wing is maybe made out of spanners, and then one of the tail planes is made out of scalpels. And you're like, oh yeah, because they have doctors and surgeons in the RAF. You can join the RAF as a surgeon. And actually, to be honest with you, all the bits that were not directly aircraft were just as fascinating as everything. So all things that make it tick. And you know, this chat. Oh, here comes Shadow now. This Chatsworth House show. Yeah, I'd probably go primarily for the World War stuff, possibly the classic cars, maybe. But you know, then I'd have a look at the stalls, and I might come back on. Do you know what? Actually, I enjoyed the classic cars more than I enjoyed the World War stuff. You don't know what's there until you turn up. And then obviously, if it's a show you enjoyed, you try and go next year. If it's a show you didn't enjoy, you know, same with my motorbike rallies. There's one rally I'll go to every single year if I get a chance to, because it's brilliant. There's another show I won't bother going ever again, because I just really didn't enjoy myself. And you know, I suspect there'll be people that go to this Chatsworth one, didn't have a good time. But that's, you know, that's fine. Lord Pete Webster, I'm going to go now. All need to get some sleep. Been a long day. Stay safe and good night to all till next time. Well, my next stream is actually tomorrow evening, which is going to be part 2, I hope, because I've got these boxes coming by one of the courier companies, UPS or something, and he's posted it today. I'm guaranteed. He says I'll get it for tomorrow. So tomorrow will be unboxing of some more mystery box kits. So that'll be tonight. But yeah, you take care, and thank you for your support, Mr. Webster. And then Joshua says at Chatsworth they have a big ring and have stuff in the middle like marching. Oh, I'd like that. I really would like that. And animal shows, birds of prey, hunting dogs. They also have flyovers by Spitfires. They do a show. It's all over the place in Scotland, but they have pipe band competitions, and they're really nice to watch. Now, I was watching one on YouTube, and this guy was really critical. He was going like, well, the drums are slightly out of time with the pipe. This guy came in half a second too late, and this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking, blimey, I'm sitting there going, yeah, I really enjoyed that. And then there's some guy going, I mean, I guess he's really experienced and he's probably a judge or something. But you know, I don't know, maybe because I don't think like that. You know, I like to look at the merits in things. When I used to paint Warhammer figures and I used to go down the shop a lot, I used to get kids come up to me and go, what do you think? And I'll go, what do you think? And they'll go, yeah, I think it's really good. It's the best thing I've ever done. And I'll go, well, there you go. There's your answer. Now, compared to my standard, they weren't as good. Compared to the guy who ran the shop, not even a patch on him. But you got to remember that everybody was crap once. I don't know anyone who's just picked up a model and gone, there you go. So yeah, you got to kind of judge. But if you enjoy it, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. No more needs to be said.
No.
You know. That's why some of these is a couple of Facebook groups I won't join because people do. I think there's a big difference between positive criticism and negative.
Yeah.
I don't mind someone telling me something isn't very good if they're telling me why it's not very good. you know, Penny, it looks like you're a little bit heavy with the paint there. Try thinning it down a bit more. Try dabbing a little bit off your brush. You know, painting can get quite technical.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And don't ever think you know it all. I wouldn't say nearly made that mistake, but the airbrushing course I went on to MJ Hobbies, I didn't think I was a beginner. I think I was a little bit better than a beginner airbrusher. But there were a couple of things I knew I couldn't do. And the first thing he did was he taught us the absolute basics.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I already know how to do this. And then he got us painting basic. And then I kind of took it up a notch myself. And he said, what it was, I was trying to paint really fine detail. And he comes up to me and he says, what you do? I said, I got the hang of the actual paint. And I said, I've done airbrushing before, no offense. I said, but what I'm really having trouble with is fine detail painting. And he says, well, you need to turn your air pressure down. And I turned the air pressure down. And he says, right, you use that if you're doing fine lines. And he says, also, you're too far from the work. If you're painting big areas, you can be like this far from the model. But if you're doing really fine work, like you turn the air pressure down, you come in a lot closer. And I said, oh, brilliant. And I did a little bit. And I just, all right, I paid money for that course to have someone just tell me what anyone else could have said. But the fact that I had him standing next to me and watching me, and I learned something from it. And now I'm a lot better at airbrushing than I used to be, which is not what it's all about.
Yeah, definitely.
So my 2-hour stream is 3 hours and 16 minutes so far. That's about normal for me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hit to 5 hours before now.
And what do you think of the progress I made on this today, guys?
Oh, it's brilliant. I've never seen you do so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do you know what I will say, for my standard, even for my standard, that's pretty poor today, isn't it? We've had diamond painting streams where I've gone, right, I'm aiming to do 3 or 4 squares and I've done 1, but at least I've done more then than I have tonight. But I've sat here and chatted with friends.
Yeah.
I'm really chuffed building with the boys popped in. I do. I mean, I end up commenting on that. I do engage in most of his videos. But I mean, when he was doing that fun hole stuff, you need to watch. In fact, I'm going to find, his channel. And well deserved. I mean, he's got so many subs in such a short time, but it's well deserved. Right, guys, I'm going to put the link to his channel in the chat. Same applies. I'm not asking you to subscribe to his channel, but just go over and have a look. I quite enjoy his. He does weekly chats, weekly catch-ups, and sometimes some of it really isn't not of interest to me. But there's usually something coming up that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But his most recent videos is the Titanic. He's done a weekly catch up on gummy bears. He had someone from America give him gummy bears. But he's done the steampunk ore train and the steampunk train station, and he's actually titled it Fun Hole Steampunk Train Station. You got to see this one. But he's done the preview on the dungeon. I think we're both in total agreement with the Dungeons and Dragons part work. It's not for us. You don't even get figures with it. But it's a bit of an odd one. All the part works that we do, the value is in the pieces that you get.
Yeah.
The magazine doesn't matter if you don't read the magazine. The stories, you won't lose out on building if you don't read the stories. The Eddie Stobart has given you the story of how Eddie Stobart built up from nothing. If you don't read them, you can still build the magazine, still build the model. Dungeons and Dragons is complete opposite. it's all about what's in the magazine. That's where the value is. And even the figures, you just get little pieces of cards with plastic on them and their counters. And it's sometimes we'll have a game of Ludo. You know, that's how much the counters are. At least if there were some figures to paint, I might be tempted and try the figures out. But then I've got my Warhammer on the go. So I'm painting figures. Now, Warhammer, it's got all the rules in the magazine, which I'm really not interested in because I'm not interested in playing the game. I don't get a lot of time off to have the luxury of go down to store and play a game. And if I did, I'd actually rather be at home painting the figures than using them on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And I'm crap at the game anyway, and I always lose. Although I've had some good battles, but most of my battles... Now, I did have a funny one with a friend, and we really couldn't decide who won. We were arguing over it. And because I was going, no, I think you've won that one. He's going, no, you won that one. And I'm going, no, you definitely won it. And he's going, no, you won it because of so-and-so. And I went, right, okay, let's have a compromise. Let's call it a draw. And he went, okay, but I think you were a little bit ahead. I said, shut up, let's call it a draw. But I did used to like playing with him because he didn't have a lot of money. And every figure that he got was value to him. I mean, he was a young guy. He was starting out in mechanics. And he was just trying to start his own little side business up in mechanics. But he had a couple of kids at the He had a marriage coming up. And he's living in the London area. So money was a bit tight for him. So when he managed to get figures, he put so much effort into them. And all he wanted to do was get these fully painted figures and see what they're like on the battlefield. And if he painted up a unit and they weren't really very good, he'd be so disappointed because he goes, oh, the time and effort that I put into them and they're useless. And I say to him, well, maybe they're not useless. Maybe you just use them in the wrong way. But you see, he plays a very similar style to me. We play big. I'm going to try and explain this to people that don't understand. You have different armies that have different strengths and weaknesses. Each figure is allocated a number of points. And you agree before the game the total number of points your army is worth, usually about 2,000 or 1,500 points. So the general might be worth 200 points, and then a unit of grunts might be worth 10 points each. So as a rough guide, if you put a unit of grunts up at 5 points each, up against a unit of knights that are 50 points each, the knights are probably tougher and they're going to win. But because of the points value, if you've got lower point characters, you can have more of them on the battlefield. So you can kind of swamp people. Now, the armies that myself and my friend play, we play Khorne. Now, Khorne is the chaos god of skulls. What pleases the god is lots of blood being spilled on the battlefield and collecting skulls. And all of the figures are big and tough, and they're a lot higher point value. So your army is a lot smaller. And because they're big and tough, you don't have many ballistics, so you don't get crossbowmen and archers. Now, if you're coming up against an army of, say, elves tend to be better with bows, which are long-distance weapons. So obviously the tactic to beat archers is to get in very quick and use brute strength because they're not very strong at fighting. But if they can keep the distance, you're going to lose. So our tactic is always just charge the enemy, just get in there, get all these exotic weapons like axes and all sorts of things like that, big two-handed swords, and just get chopping away. And you've got some figures that aren't quite suited for that, but they're still chaos. So if you paint this unit and you get them into hand-to-hand combat and then they lose because they're weak, you're going to go, oh, they're a useless army. but they one thing I like about them is they're very anti-magic. I'm not very good with the magic, and chaos looks down on magic, so not many of the chaos figures have magic, and they do have anti-magic properties. So you got a couple of characters where magic spells just don't work against them, and that's another reason. Plus, they're easy to paint. So I first got into it when I really couldn't paint, and the guy at Games Workshop said to me, "You need to go chaos, because to paint chaos, all you need to do is paint the whole lot black, and then just dry brush brass, and then paint some details in red, and that's 90% of your painting done." Dry brushing is so easy. You just get a brush and you just go, and you just pick up all the detail, and it's fantastic. They're so easy to paint, and a lot of fun as well. So, but yeah. Anyway, I've totally diversed there, haven't I?
Don't matter.
It's all good.
Yeah. But I actually got. Is that them? I'll be back in a sec. I'll show you what I got today through the post.
One.
Got a second already.
We'll have to make a move soon. I've got to be up early.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've got a 2-hour check-up on Gandalf, so I'm not getting much sleep.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I bought on eBay an Orc Blood Bowl team, and I think the guy who sold them to me is now my new favourite seller, because this Blood Bowl team is a team of 12 orcs. And look, he's individually wrapped, every single one in bubble wrap.
Cool.
Which is bloody annoying when you're trying to unwrap them. I can do that. But at least I know they're safe. But some are painted, some are unpainted. That's the unpainted one. And I'm not going to comment on the painting because I know nothing about the guy. Oh, bear with me, my monitor's just gone. There we go. Sometimes my monitor just goes off. So this is one that he's painted. I'll say I'm not going to comment on the painting because I know nothing about him. I'm not about negativity.
No.
That's another unpainted one. But the only criticism I have got is he's bloody gone and glued them. And I prefer to paint them because these are all push fits together. And yeah, people do glue them because sometimes you get a little line where they haven't quite gone. If you glue them, it closes up that line, but they make them harder to paint. So, but the reason I bought these is 2 reasons. The first reason is about 3 weeks ago, I bought an ultrasonic cleaner.
Oh, cool.
I have nothing to clean. So what I want to do is I want to do some experimenting with this ultrasonic cleaner. I need at least 3 or 4 of these to be painted. I want to pop these into the ultrasonic cleaner with different substances in the cleaner, and I want to see if it strips the paint off. I want to use some substances that I know won't be that effective, like just water. And I want some. There's actually one that I was recommended to use, which is actually I've already got some by coincidence. If you make alcohol, or in my case, I'm making some mead, you need to sterilize all of your equipment before you start brewing. Otherwise, the bacteria will kill the yeast. And the sterilizing solution is actually what someone's recommended to me to put into the ultrasonic cleaner to clean paint off. So I've already got that stuff I need to clean with. So there's some of that will be going in the ultrasonic cleaner. So far I've got 5 painted and 3 unpainted, and it looks like the rest are unpainted. So we've got 5 painted and 5 unpainted. So what I'll be doing with these is I will be doing some experiments with the ultrasonic cleaner. I'll try different solutions and I'll see. I'll try one with Dettol in, because I know Dettol will strip acrylic paint. I'll do one with, if I remember correctly, alcohol will strip acrylic paint on plastic, and acetone, which I have acetone will melt the plastic. So you use that with enamel paints. You use it with enamel paints, especially on metal. That's what I was using to when I was stripping the Rootmaster bonnets. The alcohol wasn't doing anything, but acetone-based nail polish remover. If you're stripping small things, that's not right. What's that? Oh, that's the ball. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I'm missing a model. I think I am missing one model. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I'm not. I can't count. That's what it is. I've got 7 unpainted and 5 painted. That makes 12. Yeah. So first of all, I'll strip the paint off these using various methods to see which one works. That will then give me 12 unpainted models, which I can then paint them up and make a YouTube video out of it. I'll probably do that on a Sunday night, just something a bit different with painting figures.
Yeah, cool.
I do miss the painting figures, and now I've got back into the Warhammer magazine. You guys haven't seen enough videos for me to do the painting yet, because issue 3 came out on Tuesday, but issue 4 is where the paint came in. Now, where I've made it a little bit harder for myself is I've decided that I'm only going to use the equipment that comes with the magazine. So I've started off with a really crappy brush. It's a bit too big, but it's too small to do large areas, but a bit big to do fine detail.
Yeah.
And then we got a base brush, which was quite nice. But this latest pack, we've got 3 brushes. So I've now got more brushes to play with. These, because they're not attached to anything, I can set the rules myself. So the airbrush will come out, and I'll prime them with a primer through the airbrush, and then we'll get the paints out, and then we'll paint the main body of them, and then we'll get some other colors and we'll do some highlights with some airbrushes, and then we'll finish off the fine details with a paintbrush.
Yeah, cool.
Or I could split them in 2 and paint half of them with a brush and half of them with an airbrush.
Why not?
I don't know.
Yeah,
So many
you could
options.
try that, couldn't you?
Yeah, but also because I've got this ultrasonic cleaner now, which if it works well, I can paint them all up. Then I can strip all the paint off, and then I can paint them again.
Yeah, do that.
I could just see you doing that, actually.
Yeah, but I'm being deadly serious. You know, it's I can paint them as many times as I want.
Yeah.
The ball has taken damage, so I'm just going to take that off there. Yeah, he's tried basing these as well, and to keep with the positivity, he's not based them the same way that I would. I don't know. I don't know anything about the seller, so I'm really not going to pass comment.
No, I wouldn't if you don't know.
It didn't say pro painted on the eBay listing, which is always the biggest thing going. It's always the biggest laugh. You see things that are pro. Let me see if I can find the joke. Pro painted eBay. Funny images. There was a meme that went out and it said pro painted, he said, And technically, you're not wrong. No, there's no funny ones on there. But basically, this meme, it was like a really badly painted model, really, really bad. And it was being advertised. I've seen it myself on eBay. It said pro painted. And technically, he's right. Yeah. Because the word pro means doing something for money. Yeah. An amateur does things for no money. A pro does things for money. Painted means there's paint on it. Right. So if you apply paint, if I painted that all red, all yellow, and then sold it to you, that then technically by definition makes me a pro painter, doesn't it?
Mm.
So they're not wrong when they say pro painted, but there's so many crap painters out there that have gone pro painted. It's totally diluted the meaning of the word pro painted. So
yeah.
Basically, if you pay someone to pro paint a model and the first thing you do is strip all the paint, it's probably not very good.
No.
So when I look through eBay listings, I'll quite often, to be honest with you, half the time I look at the price first, but the words pro painted actually puts me off now. It's got that bad. These didn't say pro painted, and they went. I was a bit worried at first because I put a bid in. There'd been 2 bids already, and I put a stupid bid in, and I got it. And for up until about a day before the listing ended, I was winning the auction, and then I got outbid. So I put another bid in, and I think I'd upped my bid by a £5, and it said, "You are not the highest bidder. Increase your bid." So I put a bit more up, and I went, right, that's my limit. And I was winning, and I thought I probably won't win them. And I didn't even think about it. And then all of a sudden I got an email. It said, "You have won this bid." And I think they retail from Games Workshop for about £35. So you could probably buy them for about 30 quid. And I got them for about 20 quid. So I was quite happy with that. Screw Glue says, "Good night, all. Time for me to go." Well, it's been an absolute pleasure you being here as always. I really hope you're going to join me tomorrow when I do the unboxing. I genuinely have no idea what I'm getting. I should also be getting my. There you go. I've just had confirmation they're on their way. He's also said something about. I'm a little bit worried. I said to him, "Please don't send me anything special, because I'm going to say here's an unboxing. This is what you can typically expect for 75 quid. If he's chucked 4 or 5 extra kits in, then anyone who goes, 'Oh, that's good value, I'll buy that,' they're going to be disappointed." He has said, what's he said? What was it he said? Let me find. "I'm going to sneak something pretty special and unexpected, as it deserves to be built and not be carted around show after show." Now, if he does that, I really hope that he actually labels it, "Here's a little extra for you, Penny." Then I can actually say on stream, this isn't going to what you're going to get as part of 75 quid.
Yeah.
But hopefully he'll actually be joining me tomorrow. This is why I want to try and get as many people watching as I can, because it's really nice to have a retailer on. In addition, you guys can all throw questions at him. You know, I don't know how technical he is, but you know, he might get some sales out of it. That would be rather nice for him. But that is kind of the point of me promoting his products, is that he gets a few sales. And then obviously a favor works both ways, because he has said, I'm going to call it a sponsorship, but we've talked about, I'll advertise his products and he'll throw me the odd free kit. I'll call that a sponsorship because it's technically being paid. Well, I don't know. If you get something for free, is that technically being paid for it? It's saving money anyway, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough to make a living off. I mean, I can't live off free aircraft kits, can I?
Yeah.
But if he's going to chuck me something for free, it'd be rude not to paint them and do them on stream, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be
So
good.
that's part of the reason why I'm keeping Sundays free. Sundays is going to be my odds and sods day. Saturday will be my scale model day. I'm going to kind of have weekends is scale models and hobbies and crafts. Obviously 3 weeks out of 10 is going to be my channel updates, and then I'll have a few scale models in there. I'll do them in a different format from me Saturday models. Then that way, if someone doesn't enjoy the way that I do it on a Saturday, they might enjoy the way I do it on a Sunday. But the trouble with doing like the Sundays, I'll do a complete kit build in one video. But the only problem with doing it that way is that it's very hard to get them out regular. You certainly couldn't do a weekly one. You know, I might be able to do one every couple of months, but you know, if they don't get released, they don't get released.
Mm-hmm.
I can only do what I can do, which
That's
is
it.
why. Sorry, go on.
I was just agreeing with you.
That's why I'm looking at doing a lot of starter kits from Airfix, because they're nice, quick, and easy builds, and you produce something fairly rapidly. And I think that's real, because one thing I do think this hobby needs is more kids getting into the hobby. I got into, I mean, it's very easy to get into it as a kid when I was a kid. And, you know, I look around and a lot of people are, it seems to be most scale modelers are either I've been doing it all my life and I'm old now, or you get, I did it as a kid, I stopped, and then I've just come back into it. But either way, there doesn't seem to be that many youngsters in it. And we need those youngsters to keep this hobby going. Otherwise, what's the point in manufacturers making kits?
Yeah.
Once manufacturers stop making kits, the range goes down. More people are put off the hobby, so even less people join. More companies stop making kits, and the range goes down even further.
Yeah.
So yeah. So starter kits, I think, are ingenious. And it's not just doing Airfix a favor. I think it's doing all manufacturers a favor. You know, you pick up an Airfix starter kit, you do it and you think, oh, I like this hobby. What can I do next? And then you pick up an Italiari kit, and then you pick up a Tamiya kit. So Airfix is actually getting you to buy other manufacturers as well. So
Cool.
did I say that not boring?
Mm, fun.
I did notice a little yawn there from Natasha.
Yeah, it's because I'm up every 2 hours at the moment since
Are you
Sunday.
really?
Yeah.
I
Poor
get
baby
that.
boy, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that, but it's called having two cats. Well, it doesn't matter how. See, any minute now, Shadow's going to come through and start bothering me. He does that late at night. He just kind of looks at me, and then I swear he's saying, "Come on, it's bedtime." And then what'll happen is I'll go to bed. Then these two will start playing and running around the house. Then Shadow will jump on the bed and join me. He'll sleep somewhere between there and there. And then I'll wake up in the morning and Spirit will be buried in the duvet somewhere as well. And then I say good morning. And then they both go mental for cut, because she's got the hang of that now. When I say good morning, they want their cuddle time.
Yeah.
So, and what started happening, I used to sleep on one side, so I'd have to cuddle one and then the other. And then when you're cuddling one, the other one is looking at you with a bit of jealousy. So you say, good morning, good morning, good morning. But what they've started doing is Spirit's coming round on my right side and Shadow's on my left. So now I can be like, oh, good morning, and giving them cuddles like that.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I have become crazy cat lady, haven't I?
Suzuki.
I'm the crazy budgie lady.
Well, you are. Well, as my friend said to me, she said, how many cats do you have to own before you become crazy cat lady?
1.
And I said, yeah. Well, I said, I don't know, 3 or 4. She went, no, 1. Because if you didn't have any, you'd just be a crazy lady, wouldn't you? And I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, fair point. Hello, Shadow. I can tell you there because you've just made contact with my toe. I think she's starting to hassle me for bedtime.
Yeah.
But yeah, so how many budgies do you need to own before you become crazy budgie lady?
1.
1. Yeah, otherwise you're just a crazy lady.
Exactly.
Yep, it's
I've
true.
got 6 of them, and one's a little
Wow.
bit poorly still.
Oh, bless.
And
Yeah.
that's, my
That's why
youngest
you're
at
up
the
every
minute.
couple of hours.
I'm up every couple of hours.
Can I just say, if I should die suddenly and I come back as a budgie, I want you to be my budgie mum.
Well, as long as you get on my shoulder and walk round with me, I wouldn't care.
If that's what it takes, yeah. Because
On my
I
head.
do. I don't know budgies very well, but they seem quite happy.
Yeah.
Well, they don't get to speak to Teresa a lot
No.
like they used to.
Is Teresa neglecting them? Should I have a word?
They're missing her, I think. So,
Yeah.
because they get used to people, whoever's with me on video chat, and they start talking to them, and they start tweeting and saying, no, it's, if I go in there now, Minnie's going to want to be nosy who I'm on the phone with, and she'll just listen away.
Yeah.
But it's night time, but she'll be just quiet with her head on the side, listening to what everyone's saying to me.
So she's an eavesdropper then.
Yeah, she's a little nosy girl, but they do
Teresa
miss
says
certain
they were
routines from
cute
people.
tonight.
They do miss the certain people I talk to and things like that.
Yeah. Well, I relate to that because when I do a video chat with my friend who pops around and feeds them and that, I'll put her on the video chat and I'll show her to Shadow. And Shadow's like, oh, and he's all rubbing against the phone and that. He knows who it is and he knows the voice.
Yeah.
Funny enough, it's the words as well. I always thought if different people call an animal different names, it would get confused. Now, I call him 3 different things and he recognized. Normally, I call him Shadow. Normally, when I walk in the door when I've been out, I say, are you all right, Shadow mate? And I call him Shadow mate because he's my mate. And he recognizes that. And sometimes when he's just sitting there in the hallway looking at me, I just call him handsome boy. And he knows I'm talking to him. And then I call Spirit handsome, pretty girl. And she knows that. Now, my friend Marianne, she calls him Shadow Man, which is, I suppose, is quite similar to Shadow Mate. But what they say is to give cats 2-syllable names because they recognize the 2 syllables. So obviously Shadow's a good name. My last cat I called Nymeria, but she recognized her name, so maybe she only recognized the last couple of syllables.
Yeah.
But Spirit, I've got 2 names. Well, I've got 3 names for her. I've got 4 or 5 actually, but I can't repeat them on stream. So normally it's Spirit, and when I'm calling Shadow handsome man, I'm calling her pretty girl. But sometimes I'll just call her Spirity cat.
Yeah.
All right, Spirity cat. When I'm looking for her, Spirity cat, and then she'll come running. Shadow, I don't need to call. All I need to do is walk down the hallway, and he'll easily
And he's
come.
there.
Yeah, and if he still
Well, he's
doesn't
been
come
like that
back,
since day one, though, hasn't he? Really?
yeah, he just wants a bit. He doesn't always want fuss, but he wants to know where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think right now, let me just check. I think I can't see him, but no, he's not. Oh, he was on the shelf, but he'll be lingering somewhere. I mean, he was in the hallway. When I went to the toilet, he was in the hallway. I think he was because V's gone to bed.
Yeah.
And, I've just got your message. Be there soon. Yeah, Yeah, I think he was just sitting in the hallway for either me to come out or V and someone to feed him. He's a bit. I've got a problem. So he doesn't eat cat food. I don't think he likes processed food. He doesn't always eat fish, but he does more often than not. Now, because he's fat and I'm giving him a quarter of a can of tuna every day, the vet said, you've got to stop the tuna. So now he gets tuna twice a week, Saturday and Sunday, or Sunday and Monday if I'm coming home. Now he has his dry food, and I give him Whisker's kitten food as a treat. He eats that like it's Dreamies. So I'm all right with that because it's not as high calorie as Dreamies.
Yeah.
Now I bought him some food for senior indoor cats that are prone to obesity, so it's low calorie. Well, he's eating it like it was Dreamies. So I'm like, well, what's the point in giving him low calorie food if he's going to eat twice as much? But
Yeah.
obviously also we've got a problem. I don't really need to be putting a kitten onto senior adult food. Birdies.
That's
Right,
Gandalf. He's the poorly boy.
Oh, bless him. Is he the newer one?
Yeah, he's the poorly one.
Nice.
He's the
Do you
one
know
I've got to
why
keep an
he's
eye on for
poorly?
every 2 hours.
Right.
Which I've just checked him. He's all right.
Yeah.
Luna, well, she's hiding at the minute. She's behind a disco ball, so you can't really see her.
Maybe she's having a secret disco when you're not looking.
Yeah, I reckon she is, you know.
Yeah, who knows that? Yeah.
SEO.
Yeah, I like that song.
They look all right.
Mickey and Minnie Moo Moo. Hello, Minnie Moo. Mickey.
Yeah.
Baby Simba, well, he's not such a baby now. He's big.
You know, I remember when you had one cage.
And there's Sonny Jim. He's 10-year-old now. He's an old boy.
Wow. So how old can you expect them to get as an average?
They can live as far as 20 if they wanted to.
Wow. So they'll all outlive my cats.
They could, but
You will be consoling.
look after
You'll be consoling me one day with your budgies on your shoulder.
I hope I get one of them at least.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Nice.
Well, I'm sure they're doing all right because I know you're looking after them.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
It's just taking a lot out of me with Gandalf at the moment.
Yeah, will do.
Keep coming in every 2 hours since Sunday, and he's been in the fets.
Well, I
Monday.
was really worried the last 3 weeks because obviously I never left my cats with V before, and when I came back, I could see how well they were all getting on and how happy, and the cats were still happy to see me. Shadow probably didn't really care if I came home because he likes me coming home.
Yeah.
Not missing out if I don't come home.
No.
So and yeah, now I'm very happy because I know the cats have been. That's all I care about when I'm away. I do feel a bit rotten. I got this cat, the Shadow, and I was working. Let me put this all on. So yeah, obviously I was working
for a little bit.
That's fine. It's what it's all about. It's all hobbies and things. Yeah. So I got Shadow, and I was doing overnight trips to London. So I was leaving him overnight and then coming back, and then I was spending a bit of time with him. Then I was off, and that would be my life for 6 days, and then I'd get 2 or 3 days off. And then obviously when I started this job with Stagecoach, this job in London. Obviously, I'm leaving him for 3 weeks at a time. And then I had 2 neighbours coming in and seeing them every day, one in the morning, one in the evening. So although they were spending large amounts of time on their own, at least they were being looked after. And that's why I got Nymeria, so that Shadow had a buddy. And then obviously we lost Nymeria, so I've got Spirit. And it's funny because Nymeria and Spirit are effectively Shadow's pets, and Shadow's my pet, but she's just as much mine as Shadow is.
Yeah.
So, and he's been a very good big brother. He's teaching her all the tricks, good and bad.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that he's getting her to do, go on, you do the naughty things. And that way, if you get caught, you'll get in trouble. But she is a cat. She is a scratcher. I've got a scratching post that Shadow would scratch with it. But then 3 weeks away, it's been absolutely torn to shreds.
Oh no.
No, it's fine because that's what cat scratch
Yeah, true.
do. Now the other cat scratching post is still near perfect. I've got this cardboard one that must be 9 months old, and it's just a bit worn away. Now,
Yeah.
if it means I have to buy a new cat scratching post every couple of months, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. However, she has started scratching my brand new sofa bed, which
Oh
I am not
no.
happy with. Yeah. So I'm going to look. This apparently there's some spray you can get, and you can spray it on things that you don't want them to scratch. So I need to pick some of that up. But yeah, if my £580 sofa is shredded when I come back in 3 weeks, I think saying that I won't be happy might be an understatement.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting I would boot the cats and punish them, but because the trouble is you can't. It's like children. If they draw on your furniture, they get the felt tips out and they draw on the sofa. You can explain to them why that's bad, and then they don't do it again. Cats, how can you say to them, right, well, that sofa that you shredded 2 weeks ago, no, please don't do that. So you can't punish them, can you? You know, how would you punish them? Hit them for
Can't
something
really.
2 weeks earlier?
Yeah.
So that's always the challenge. So,
Yeah.
but then I'm happy they're scratching because when they're scratching, they're taking good care of the claws.
Yeah.
So yeah, self-care is very good for them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then I also know, oh, well, saying that, Shadow still does the old thing a lot. So maybe I just need more cat scratching posts. I've also seen these they're like little L-shaped things, and you put them on corners of furniture and they scratch that. So they're still scratching the furniture, but it's a little protection pad.
Yeah.
So we'll see what we can do. But yeah, but Shadow's been very, very good. He scratches scratching posts and cardboard, but has never touched the furniture. But the furniture I had before was leather, and I thought it was a problem in that when they jump up on it, they were piercing the leather with the claws where they were gripping. So I thought fabric would be better because then, but no, now this, because it's very similar material to that rope that they put on the cat scratching posts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very similar, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fabric. So we'll see. This cat is Sando.
Sorry.
More. No, sound asleep. No, she's not now. I've just woken her up. Would you like to go to bed, Missy? Yes, she says, on your lap. On your lap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, guys, I'm going to end this. That's 4 hours we've been on. 4 hours. And I've not touched my model. Only to say, look, I've done nothing. Right, guys. So if you guys don't mind, all 4 of you still watching, I don't understand how 4 people can watch this long. But there you go. This is how wonderful my viewers are. Right. So I'm going to end the show here. So thank you very much for watching. It's been absolutely brilliant. Got a couple of couple of people in the chat that I'm really, really pleased they've joined us. Some good quality YouTubers have joined us and some good quality viewers. No, he's not watching now, but I want to have a chat with Peter Webster about these tools I've got. I'm sure he'll help me with this. And yeah. So guys, I'm returning tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock, where I should be doing an unboxing of some. I think I'll do, if I did ask the guy to label the box as 172 and the other one to label at 48. I'm going to do the 1 to 72 kits tomorrow for the main reason that I'm more into 48 scale kits. So I think I will enjoy the last box more than the box tomorrow. Not saying I won't enjoy the box. I just think that this one will be awesome, and then the 48 will be even more awesome. So, and he may well be joining us. So maybe I picked the wrong box to be doing with him on. You know, if I open the box and I go, what the hell is this crap? I mean, lovely, lovely. Yes, good choice.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. He comes across to me as he doesn't really take offense. You know, some people you can say something nice, but
Yeah.
they'll go, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" When he sent me the first box, I don't think he does them on you. It was about £45, £40, and I got two kits. One had a double kit in it, and one just had the one. And he sent me. I got the Cobra and the OV10 Bronco as a double pack, and then I got the Airfix Mustang. Now I already own a 1:48 scale Mustang, and I already own that exact OV10A, but it's just as a single pack. And I said to him, I do already have those two kits. However, it's a good thing because now I can do a second version of the OV10, and the way it goes together, it looks a little bit different from they've done it non-conventional. So I'll have like a kit to practice on, and then the Airfix Mustang. I've never painted bare metal before, so I'll do the Mustang, Airfix Mustang, and I'll use that as practice. And then when I think I'm confident enough, I will do, I think I've got it under here. Oh, maybe I haven't. Have I? No, I haven't. I thought I did. So I've got, yes, I have. I've got it. I've got it. So this looks very, very special. And it's one that I don't want to ruin. So by the time I come to this, I will already have built a Mustang. I mean, it's not a duplicate kit. It's an Airfix kit, and this is an Edward. But it means that by the time I don't want this one to be my first bare metal kit. I want to have a certain amount of confidence, and this is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful kit. It comes with a little badge. Little pin badge.
Nice.
The instruction manual, it's not just an instruction manual, or you get a poster as well with it. It is a lot of text in this telling you all about the aircraft, so you will come away from this having learned something.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then you've got some resin parts, which are nice because you get some nice detailed parts, and you got some photo etch. So this is, so look, there's the resin wheels, which are very nice. And I believe, yeah, they're weighted wheels. Now, what weighted wheels means is they've got a little flat spot on the bottom. So obviously when an aeroplane comes to rest, the weight of the aeroplane is pushing down on the tire, so you get that little flat spot at the bottom, don't you? And you can make weighted wheels. There's a couple of ways of doing it. One is to just sand it down, and the other one is to warm it up. You warm the tire up, and then you push it, and because the plastic's gone soft, it pushes down. But again, it's something I've not done before. So, you know, maybe build a few kits with the undercarriage up and then use the undercarriage and the wheels to practice doing that. But you can't do that with resin anyway. The canopy, there's 3 canopies. But I quite like the way they've done this on a wheel. But yeah, this is quite a special little kit. And I don't want to ruin it.
No.
But it's got lots of, there's the photo etch pieces. And then there's some more photo etch there. So, and it comes with masks as well. So that means it makes the canopies easier to paint. So yeah, this is a bit of a special kit. I don't think it was very cheap either. No, I bought this on it. Yeah, I bought this on eBay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it on eBay. I don't think it was that expensive. Certainly wasn't as expensive as buying it new. But I want to give this the best possible chance of being a good model. So so even though Matt had sent me a Mustang, which I already own a Mustang, it means I can do the Airfix. And do you know what? The value of the car, I worked out the value. The forward base set with the Bronco and the Cobra, that one kit alone retails for more money than I paid for the entire mystery box kit.
Yeah.
So technically that Airfix one is free. And if I muck it up, that's just the way it goes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice to be in a position where, you know, if you bought a kit for like £300 and it's took you months to save up for that kit and then you ruin it, that's the end of the world, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
If I muck the Airfix one up, I'll just go, well, so long as I've learned something from it, I'll go, oh, well, I mucked it up. I gave it a go, but I am a better modeler now than before I started it. And who knows, could put it in the ultrasonic cleaner and remove all the paint, and I might be able to recover it.
Yeah.
Who knows? Right, guys, I really am going. How many times do I say that on a stream? I really am going now, I promise. 3 hours later. Right, I really am going. So thank you to everyone who joined us on the stream. Who would like to say goodbye first? Anyone?
Up to you, it's your stream.
No, it's up to you. You're the one who's going last or next. Right, who's saying goodbye next?
Because you like the way I end it.
I do actually. Right. Okay,
Yeah.
Chris. I'm gone now. Thank you very much for watching. And now this is Chris.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks for having us on, Pen. I appreciate that. It's been good. Got a bit more done on my fitting, but there was
Show us.
Yeah, I'll show you now before.
If we don't see it, it doesn't count.
Hang on.
Oh, you've doubled. You've really cracked on with that, haven't you?
Yeah, I did that tonight. Yeah, guys.
May I make a little constructive criticism?
Yeah.
You do just bring it down a bit. I just noticed that top line. It could do with a little bit of a tidy.
Yeah, I know.
Remind me next time. I'll show you a nice, easy way of doing that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, and then
it looks nice. I'm not. You know, it's not a criticism. It's a critique.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And I'll show you how I do edges as well. That's something I forgot to tell you. But yeah, it looks really, really nice.
Yeah, and that will be cracking on Wednesday again on my channel, 7:30.
Nice. Right, so over to Natasha. So guys, don't forget to check Chris Davis World's channel out.
Yeah.
I know Chris will say please subscribe. I'm not going to say subscribe. I'm going to say check it out. And if you like it, give his videos a nice big fat thumbs up and then subscribe. Right, over to Natasha.
Thank you, Penny, for having me on the stream with you. Thank you once again for joining. We hope you enjoyed the stream. Also, we hope to see you on the next one. In the meantime, happy hobbying and stay safe.
Lovely.
Bye.
Right, take care, guys. Bye.